Are you searching for the best in online black radio? Then go to blacktalkradionetwork.com, helping you filter through the noise. Real talk, black talk.
The internet is full of half-truths and all-out lies. We've all seen them, and many people on social media complaining about it. Here's your chance to show and prove. WorldAfropedia.com is a black-owned and operated encyclopedia. There are several thousand articles, but we need help. We can't uncover all the truth ourselves. So please, join us and become a writer, editor, or blogger for WorldAfropedia.com today. Every little bit counts. We owe it to the future generations to put the truth out there. Visit WorldAfropedia.com, the African-centered encyclopedia, a global database of African knowledge for the purpose of bringing about global African wisdom and understanding. WorldAfropedia.com.
We now have a new non-white, a black president, Mr. Obama. What do you believe why Mr. Obama was able to become president, and what do you believe why it is that so many so-called white people or white people voted for Mr. Obama? What do you think the motivation behind that was? What do you think?
I think it's one or two or both. Now, one, there are a sizable number of white people who are tired of this whole business about squabbling about what color somebody is. Mostly a number of younger white people classified as white. Now, there's another category, and that is the refined racists who says it's good for business. Good for the business of what? Of racism. That you put a lot of black people up front, and what better way to put a black person up front is the attempt was made by that category of people, first of all, with Mr. Powell, who didn't rise to the occasion, for reasons which he best knows, in my opinion. And then now Mr. Obama, that a lot of white people say they want him out front. By out front means he's not going to dictate. He's not going to just sit up and write checks, because he's not going to be allowed to do that based on logic. So why would white people who have malintentions want him to be up front? Is because in any organized, that's the white people who are racist, that is. Now, racism works on the principle of organized crime. One thing that you do in modern organized crime is that you have what they call buffers. You have people to take the rap for things that you are going to do behind the scenes. And I think this is the master plan for the position that Mr. Obama is going to be in. And I think that every black person, every non-white person, and every correct-thinking white person should be aware of that plan, that a lot of very ugly things are going to happen on his watch that he has absolutely nothing to do with, but he's going to be the person standing there with the smoking gun, because somebody's going to put it in his hands. That's an old trick that everybody should be aware of by now, but a lot of people are not. And a lot of black people, you can look for it, and I'm trying to head it off, and everybody who is listening to this should be trying to head it off, saying, don't rise to that bait, because the bait is for everybody, particularly millions of black people throughout the world, to get mad at Mr. Obama because they didn't get a check.
So what is it that you believe is going to happen, and what is it that black people and non-white people can do to protect themselves to the greatest extent they could?
We have to codify in such a way that all of the things that we do are designed to tailor to the individual to do the best that he or she can wherever he or she happens to be in the known universe on any given day, as if Mr. Obama was never elected president. A lot of this surrounding Mr. Obama is to lull the dark-skinned people of the world to sleep, thinking that this is hallelujah time, and that all they have to do is just lie down and go to sleep, and when they wake up, all they have to do is march themselves to the mailbox, and there will be a fat check there with Mr. Obama's signature on it. And when they go to that mailbox and they do not see that check there, and when things seem to be getting worse and worse for them, while they stand there waiting on a Messiah, they're going to get angry at Mr. Obama, which is exactly what a huge segment of the white supremacist culture have planned. That's exactly what they want to happen, while they enrich themselves behind the scenes.
My president is black.
This is about race. The Republicans hate that nigger Obama.
My president is black.
But my main message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
If I was the president, I think my mom was red. Free my homies and them. Bulletproof my Chevy doors, lay in the White House and yeah, Lord. Whoever thought, Master, take the chains off me.
The President of the United States has had to speak numerous times about deaths of young black people and young black men, young black boys like your son. Give him a grade. How is the president doing on making progress on changing this environment in which families like you have to suffer this kind of tragedy?
President Barack Obama, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how you're able to sleep at night and just sleep and wake up and see that another murder has happened on behalf of the government and nobody is getting any justice at the Department of Justice. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he did some things, but that's fine. We're talking about lives being saved. So I don't even know what category to put him in. It's just I'm very disappointed with him. I'm very disappointed with him.
Damn you, Obama.
My argument is that President Obama, whatever angst he feels, and human angst,
right,
he would likely not be president of the United States had his parents stayed together, because his father was not an immigrant. His father was a student who returned, and he would have lived a very different. So, I get it, pain,
right,
but on the other hand, the opportunities came not so much through your black father, but through your white mama.
Yeah, we've got
white mamas for everybody.
And after we have achieved historic turnout in 2008 and 2012, especially in the African-American community, I will consider it a personal insult, an insult to my legacy, if this community lets down its guard and fails to activate itself in this election. You want to give me a good send-off? Go vote!
Amazing grace. How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Damn you, Obama.
All of us as Americans should be troubled by these shootings, because these are not isolated incidents. They're symptomatic of a broader set of racial disparities that exist in our criminal justice system. And I just want to give people a few statistics to try to put in context. Context.
It's not uncommon for Judge Sandra McLaughlin to chastise a defendant for something as simple as their attire. In this video from her courtroom, the judge jokes with the prosecutor about a defendant's Obama t-shirt.
Barack Obama, let's do it again. Can you get out here live?
Context.
A central Pennsylvania newspaper is apologizing for publishing a particular letter to the editor. The letter suggests that President Obama should be executed. The Daily Item in Sunbury says it, quote, bungled the letter, which was published on Memorial Day. The letter writer criticized the president's handling of the situation in Iraq and asked whether it was time to rise up against the administration. The newspaper says it should have deleted 2 paragraphs of this letter, which suggested that the president be executed.
Oh, but God works in mysterious ways. God has different ideas.
Context of White Supremacy. Gus T Renegade in for another broadcast, hopefully to share constructive information on the system of white supremacy. Today's date, Friday, January 20th, 2017. So I have been told. Woo! There were some times I was not sure if we were going to get to this day. Not sure if I personally would make it. Not sure if we collectively would get here. Somehow, some way, we found our way to the end of President Barack Obama's tenure. I am overjoyed. I wish I just neglected to have Stevie Wonder playing in the background, but I am absolutely ecstatic about President Obama exiting the White House. I cannot even begin to count the ways, but we will attempt to do that during the broadcast today. We will be broadcasting. This is not our normal broadcast. We are marking this moment in history. We are going to broadcast. I think we're going to be on, unless something happens and we get interrupted or there's interference with the internet or something like that. Unless there is some unnatural interference, we should be on until 2 p.m. Eastern. Actually, take that back. We should be on until about 5 p.m. Eastern. It is, we came on live 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 8:30 a.m. Pacific. We should be on for, I'm thinking, about 6 hours. That was the intent from the very beginning, to stay here. We have lots and lots and lots of audio clips. That's about 6 hours of broadcast time. We should cut away for some live segments. I am watching the inauguration ceremonies right now. They have some choir from Missouri. Looks like a lot of white people. Even that's symbolic with everything that happened in the state of Missouri over the last 2-3 years. But they are representing. I don't even think it's President-elect Donald J. Trump anymore. I think it's President starting today, President Donald J. Trump. So we should be on. I'm going to try to cut away so we can get the actual audio of the oath, and if there are any other cool moments. Unfortunately, I'm watching the coverage on CBS. I would have preferred to watch Fox's live stream, but the one CBS was the first one that I pulled up online. If you're watching the inauguration, if you could maybe check out a different channel. That way, if there's an interview or if something is said or done that is of note, you can dial in and let us know what's going down. This program, since we're going to be on for so long, we will have literally hours to reflect on the last 8 years of President Barack Obama. I would love to take this time. I have lots of audio over the last 12 years. We'll get to hear some of the different speeches and significant moments over the last 8 years. Listeners, you can certainly dial in and share your thoughts, memories, reflections, observations. The major question out there, what do we think if any, was the benefit of President Barack Obama for non-white people, his presence in the White House? Do we think this benefited non-white people, black people specifically, in any way? And if so, how? Major question. Would love to get feedback, thoughts from listeners throughout the day. I think some of our international listeners, because we're on so early, they should be joining us throughout the day to share some of their thoughts, answer the same question. And particularly if you had an answer at the beginning, right, during 2008 when President Obama was elected, and then now that they're leaving the White House, did your opinion change? Did you feel one way back then and then come to a different opinion as things evolved? I know even Pam, and shout out to Pam, she was supposed to be here on Wednesday, but she was not feeling her best, so we rescheduled, but we were supposed to be here Wednesday, but health is obviously number one priority. Send out some love to Pam, racismws.com, where you can check out her website, racismws.com, get a book, but definitely thoughts, prayers out for Pam, and hoping that she gets better soon, and then she can get back on the program so we can go get back on the counter-racist grind together. But I know Pam, she even shared on the program that, in the beginning, she, was out supporting President Obama and thought he was cool and the whole nine. Like, she talked about that and then was like, wait a minute, I am not sure that this is what I thought it was. And her opinion changed. I think we even had some other listeners who said that they, thought one way, and then as they got a better understanding of racism and continued to observe, they came to a different conclusion. So we will listen to some of our listeners. We'll cut away. And again, we have lots of audio for any of the people who were upset or disappointed, I'll say, about us not having the year-end counter-racist review. This should more than compensate, because we will get to hear some just remarkable segments from things that have gone down over the last 8 years or so, featuring President Obama, featuring some of the listeners who have called in to voice their love and or loathing of President Obama. We'll hear from Bill Cosby, Cornel West. It is going to be an absolute hoot. I think I've said consistently that I'm overjoyed and looking forward to the day. That is true, but I also put in quite a bit of work in collating audio and what have you for the day so that we can make a serious counter-racist study of the last 8 years. So feel free to chime in. The number 641-715 3640. The code is 564943 pound. Press *6 if you would like to participate. I'll keep giving out the number throughout the day. Everyone is warmly encouraged to chime in, share their thoughts. If you see things, if you're watching the inauguration, or if you've had conversations or what have you you'd like to share. As I said, certainly the question, reflections on the past 8 years. If you have comments on some of the audio that will be played. I do even want to stop before I'm going to get to the folks who have hands up already, because we have folks who want to hop in. Neely Fuller Jr., Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, we have audio from some of the times and observations that she made about President Obama. As we proceed, we'll include that. As with Neely Fuller, we'll hear his voice again throughout the hours that we'll be on. But Neely Fuller Jr., that audio clip that you heard at the beginning that was a little longer, that was literally days after President Obama had been elected. He was Senator Obama at the time. Mr. Fuller, that segment, man, in my view, I have talked about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing and just the brilliance to make a prediction that Donald J. Trump was going to win the election in November, over a year in advance before her transition. For Neely Fuller Jr. to say that in November before President Obama even took office, that I already know that by the time this is done, black people in particular will despise him. That's exactly what racists want, to put him there so that all of our frustration will be redirected at him. People's frustrations in general will be directed at him, and he'll get blamed for a lot of things as though he's in charge, and that it is not white people's fault. Him knowing that was going to happen in terms of people getting frustrated and thinking that things would be different or might be better. Man, I have played that segment over and over again, but that I would put that, I don't know if that's quite as impressive on the same level as Dr. Welsing's prediction that Trump would win the election, But it is pretty significant, him laying it down in that detail, and to a large extent, a lot of that has happened. But with that, I will pause. I am actually still in bed. I think at one point, I will actually get out of bed and readjust and sit down and broadcast as we normally do. But at least for the time being, I'm broadcasting from the bed as I watch all of this and still snug. It is still very early out here. I think that's about the only mild damper on my enjoyment of the day, is that this had to start so early for people on the West Coast that I had to get up a little bit earlier than normal. But, you know, persevere. We will go ahead and get the folks who dialed in who have a hand up. If you would like to share, again, if you see anything, the number 641-715-3640. The code is 564943 pound. Press star 6 if you would like to participate. Right on. Folks who dialed in with a hand up, line should be open. Morning, Jamie. Thanks to your husband for all of the great movies, even though I haven't been able to finish watching everything. I did watch Patriot Day. That was rather interesting, but that'll have to be a conversation for another day. I think it's Patriot Day, or the film about the recent release about the Boston Marathon bombing, featuring race soldier Mark Wahlberg. We just had that audio segment last week where he was terrorizing black children and non-white people in general in Boston, Massachusetts as a teen, knocking people in the skull and calling black people niggers and the whole. Oh, they're about to give the oath to the vice president. I think we'll cut away when they give the oath to Donald Trump. We'll cut away and give some of the live coverage to include that as well. But right now, Mike Pence is about to come the official vice president. They got Clarence Thomas to give the oath. I don't know if that's a cutaway. I don't know if that's a cutaway moment or not, but my man, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, to give Mike Pence the oath of office for the vice presidency. Wow. I will hush there. Folks who dialed in, if you have commentary that you would like to share, feel free.
Greetings. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
I can barely hear you.
Let's see. Looking at my... Okay.
I can barely hear you again, Gus.
Let me double check to make sure my audio is all right. Let's see.
Okay, can I be heard now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. It I guess was on my part. It's something I did, but that's. I think that's more than just ironic. That Mr. Thomas is the Supreme Court judge that is swearing in Mr. Pence. Because for what I know about white people, they don't do anything by accident or circumstance or some kind of coincidence. It's well thought out and planned, and I'm pretty sure we'll be hearing a lot about it more in the future of that particular event. Both reports by Mr. Fuller and Dr. Welsing were profound, but at the same time, through their many lessons, basically what they have suggested, that our counter-racist codification should be razor sharp to the extent that we're able to predict what the races are going to do. And it makes logical sense. And what it should do for us, it should motivate us to work harder and harder to be as precise as we possibly can as individuals, especially when we are in contact verbally or physically with another non-white person, on our the way that we think, speak, and act, and that will produce that ability to predict what our enemies are doing, which would eventually solve the problem of racism, white supremacy in the most expedient form. It makes a lot of sense to me. And I can recall when the doctor did make that statement, it was kind of like, by the way, she already had thought it out before she brought that out on the program itself. And I basically received it, and through that particular lens, just everything that happened after that, as far as reported news or some sort of thing that may have happened between the candidates. At that time, it was still more candidates than Mr. Trump and Mrs. Clinton. And each time I analyzed it, it proved out that what she was saying was going to come true, was coming true. It was nothing that was not done after I heard her state, I can't quote it exactly, but something like, welcome, this is going to be your next president. That all of the incidents that took place afterwards, in my analysis, fit right into her hypothesis, her thought. And it certainly was a very, very great lesson on counter-racist logic and thought and ultimately practice. And yeah, those are just my thoughts. Now, we got plenty of time. It's sunny in South Florida, as usual, and quite quiet around here where I'm at. And I will be with you during the whole broadcast time. Was supposed to be conducting a workout between myself and my offspring and one of his friends, but it got delayed, and they'll be coming over later. He'll be coming over later so we can get the workout done. But in the meantime, I will be tuning into the program. And thank you for giving me time to talk for right now. Thank you.
Good to hear from you, retired firefighter. Apparently, that was another part of history. That was the first black Supreme Court justice to participate in the swearing in of the vice president and president, Clarence Thomas, even though they did not have the black person swear in the president. Let's see who this is. Oh, they're going to swear in. So we're going to cut away so the rest of y'all can get your commentary in a moment. But we will cut away for the live swearing in of Donald J. Trump.
Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States,
the office of President of the United States,
to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Other folks who dialed in who had a hand up, did you all want to share any thoughts as well? The question is still out there. We can get to that to the day, or any other observations, notes you want to make.
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, it's Ashley from Louisiana, and I just wanted to say something about Barack Obama's presidency that I'm really kind of struggling with. Well, I was struggling with. he proved that he could help individual groups of people like the gays and the Jews, but he didn't do anything for black people. And I kind of stayed up all night waiting to see if he was going to give Assata Shakur a pardon, but he didn't. But he gave a pardon to a transgender person who killed a bunch of people. And I'm just kind of really upset with that.
Well, why do you think it is that he didn't give a pardon to Assata Shakur? I know some people were talking about a pardon for Mumia Abu-Jamal or Leonard Peltier. Why do you think it is that, should I be saying former president at this point? Former President Obama didn't give out a pardon to these black people in greater confinement?
Oh, it's because they were being constructive about countering racism. They weren't happy with their place in white society. That's what I think, at least.
I'm sure that is a major contributing factor. I also think, and this will come out in some of our audio clips as we roll, I think also a major contributing factor is that President Obama is not allowed to do that sort of thing, that he would have to get permission from white people. And if they don't give it, then that's about that, that he does not have the ability to make those types of decisions without white people swearing off on it, signing off on it. I think that's one of the main things that I think is most important in the system of white supremacy, who is in charge, particularly for those types of really important decisions. I think they might not have allowed the Obamas to walk away from the White House if he had attempted to pardon any of those black people that you mentioned, Assata Shakur, Mumia Abu-Jamal.
Yeah, you're right, though.
Other folks have commentary that they would like to share, observations.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Rob in Milwaukee. Gus, thank you for the program today. Greetings to the other listeners and callers. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. Donald Trump has pulled the hood off of white supremacy. I'm glad he's out there. Maybe now black people will wake up. The words of the late, great Dr. Welsing. Thank you for listening.
We shall see. We shall see. Other folks who dialed in, President Trump is speaking now, contemplating whether or not we should attempt to cut away, but not... A lot of rhetoric thus far, telling us this is our day, our celebration. Yes. Other folks who dialed in, did you have commentary you wanted to share?
May I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's Lemmy from KC. I wanted to share my thoughts on the question that was posed regarding Obama helping black people, even non-white people at that. I was really confused about racism. I'm still confused, a little less confused, trying to learn every day. However, at the time in 2008, I was excited. I did not vote. I don't participate in politics and or governmental politics. So I was really confused, really what to make of it then. But I found myself counting down to today also as well, maybe about a year and a half ago, counting down to when he would leave office. I feel that the burden will be lifted off of. I think he was a setup guy. My thoughts are the system. I think it was a comment was made. I was listening to a program and a comment was made regarding an analogy of a setup and how setup people are used. Even Mr. Fuller was speaking about how in the mob, the fall guy. I completely understand. I believe he was used to, if I hate to use this terminology, but if things didn't swing so left, or whatever that means, then it wouldn't have been possible to go so right, some would argue. So I believe that he was definitely used. We know his record when it comes to warfare, and in that area he was used to hurt a lot of other non-white people. Colin Powell the same way, just like Mr. Fuller. He was dropping bombs, using all that technology. The head of the army was dropping bombs on people in Africa. So we know the record of white supremacy is very astute on the part of Mr. Fuller. I did want to say this morning while listening to the news, I kept hearing a phrase over and over again, and it might be heard more today, was the phrase the peaceful transition to power, or the peaceful transition of power. I heard that phrase literally 5 times within a 10-minute span listening to one particular radio station, different reports. I think that white supremacists use that phrase as a keyword. I'm not really sure what they're trying to say with it, but I do know that they are using that phrase quite often today to denote this quote-unquote peaceful transfer of power, as opposed to maybe the non-white black people in Africa who they say don't, they're savages and they just want to run around fighting wars. I'll take the rest of my comments. I'll save some comments for later. Thank you.
Right on, right on. One thing I do want to point out, I think it's important, accurately articulating racism. Just in my view, if the system of white supremacy does exist, and if we're talking about Colin Powell or former President Obama, the people that are most to blame for these bombings, killings, unjust acts, it's not these victims. It's racist man, racist woman, racist child. So in my opinion, it's not even the most accurate to say Obama is dropping bombs or Colin Powell is dropping bombs and killing these people. It's racist man, racist woman. They are doing these things with the face of President Obama or Colin Powell or whomever it is leading the way to make it look like. But these are things that would have happened. In my view, these are things the racists probably had planned to do anyway, and would have happened even if President Obama had not been there in a system of white supremacy. They don't need these folks to go out and kill and bomb. They've been doing that, for years, centuries before Obama and Colin Powell were even born, unless I'm in error. Other folks who are with us, if you all have commentary you would like to share, feel free.
Greetings, can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
So greetings, Gus, all the listeners and callers. I think I missed a large portion of the show. I just chimed in. I remember back in 2008 when President Obama was actually running. I didn't even know what the word white supremacist was, or didn't even know that it existed. I did know of racism, but I didn't think that it was the way that it actually is. I had this idea that it was taken away, so I thought that he was going to be the savior. And around that time, I thought that young white people were going to be the voice of quote unquote change, like out with the old, in with the new. And the younger white people weren't racist, and they were going to help everyone come together and stuff like that. However, as years went on, and President Obama was in the White House, and things started to not change the way that I thought it would. I started to become a little bit more aware of racism, and thankfully I found the cows. And I don't have any bad criticism of the president. He is a victim, as we all are. And I think I am happy to see him go as well, because now they can start putting the blame back on white people. Bush didn't do too good, and white people was upset with him. So, maybe they could be upset with Trump, and no more point in thinking, well, we'll always get the finger. But, there won't be any quote-unquote non-white person in the White House to, blame for all the atrocities. So, I really don't know what's going to happen in the future. I just hope that all non-white people become less confused and get more prepared. And I'm mute. Thanks.
Right. I think I've heard that from a lot of folks saying that when all this started, they were a lot less confused, they were a lot more confused about racism, white supremacy. I can put myself in that group as well. Other folks that we have not heard from, if you have a hand up, did you have commentary, or if you wanted to respond to your thoughts or evolution on President Obama, if you think it was beneficial for non-white people, black people in particular, or not. Other folks we haven't heard from yet? Did we get everybody who wanted to share for right now, or did we miss anyone?
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. I just want to make a quick comment about Barack Hussein Obama, president. I think you still refer to them as president even after the president. Anyway, but I too was disturbed at how he did the what do you call it, the pardon for that transgender traitor who sold secrets and got people killed. But no, there was absolutely no pardon for Mumbai or Assata or even Marcus Garvey. I think it was a petition for him to do Marcus Garvey as well. And I think there was an article that stated that he, even though he did do a lot of pardons more than any other president, he also turned down more than any other president as well. But I did want to make note that the interview with Trevor Noah, Cowbell, the interview with Trevor Noah, the last 5 to 6 minutes of that interview, recently within the last, I think it was the last 2 weeks, that interview was very telling at the end what Trevor Noah asked him. And pretty much, to me, that solidified why Barack Obama has frustrated so many black people. Because, in his mind, he always is trying to please his mother, who is a white woman. And unfortunately, that's very unfortunate. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Interesting. We had a person write in. They said, talking about Mumia Abu-Jamal and Assata Shakur specifically, and both of those individuals were convicted in crimes involving murder of a police officer, even though certainly that has been contested for decades in both of their respective cases. But the listener wrote in talking about Assata, Mumia. Those people can't get pardons from Obama. He can only pardon people charged with federal crimes. All those people received state charges. Only the governors of their particular state can grant pardons. That was the person that wrote in for that. Other folks who dialed in.
Thank you for that info.
For sure. Thank you to the listener. Other folks who dialed in that we haven't heard from yet, did you have commentary, observations?
Hello.
Morning.
Hello.
Morning.
Hi, good morning, afternoon. Thank you for taking my call. Hopefully everyone's having the best day they can have. I don't know how great it would be, but the best day they can have. I appreciate Dr. Welsing. I only heard of her towards the end of her life, the last 6 months when I started listening to your station. But she was very insightful, and as soon as I heard what she said, I took that to the bank. I wrote that, the wave. I told all the black people, well, especially the ones in my family, they were mad at me. I was like, well, it is what it is. I didn't tell them, well, this lady said so, because, black people, they don't necessarily go with that. But I was like, I just know it. And I want to just share about, I guess, when President Obama was first elected, I was excited. I was caught up or whatever. At the time, I was going to a primarily white religious, I guess, church, whatever. But when the election happened, I went to a black church. They had a celebration with food and, everything. So we were excited. This young girl there, she was like, oh, we got the president. We got something with the library. She was just very jubilant, excited, and everything. And the next day, because that was on Tuesday, so the next day was Bible study, as it traditionally is in most churches in America. So I went to the Bible study with the white people, because that's usually where I went. And they were just beside themselves. Oh, it was horrible. They couldn't believe it happened. One white man, he did say, well, at least we can elect a black person. But they were just beside themselves, and they just started talking bad about him, going on and on and on. So I broke in after a while. I was like, well, he says he's a Christian. And if that's true, and if that's what we are, we should not be going around talking bad about him. The word says, so I went to the scripture and said what the scripture says, you're supposed to talk to this person directly, blah, blah, blah. And once I went to that, the conversation was over. We moved on to have regular Bible study. So I was glad about that, because they were getting on my nerves. But then, the policies went on, and, they weren't my favorite, but, he was still black, and I understood, like, the first term, you try to give people a pass. He's doing the best he can. He's hoping for a second term, and then the second term happened, and, things didn't really much change for me, so I don't necessarily, I don't hate him. I have no reason to hate him. I know he's a victim, and then later on, as we find out that there was a meeting that said we're going to block him, I don't really understand why a lot of black people have animosity when we know these people went out in public. And I'm sure they had these meetings maybe about the other white presidents, but they were doing it in secret. But they were in public. They weren't ashamed. Oh, we're going to stop him. I mean, I don't know what you would expect from someone that they know that's going to be stopped. But that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, wow. Man, we will make America great again. Oh, Trump is killing them.
Oh yeah, he took the jobs and everything. We're going to start winning. I saw that. We're going to start. Oh, he's finished. Yay. We're going to start winning and everything. Yay, I guess.
I'll be all right.
I don't know.
He gave, as he was finishing up his speech, he gave he ended with the only line you could possibly end with, make America great again. It was white supremacy, classic. 2017. Indeed, classic. I do think, unfortunately, a lot of non-white people, a lot of black people in particular, we do not understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works. And, apparently a lot of us, we do not understand, or we do not want to be honest about the fact that President Obama, Colin Powell, Gus T Renegade, and all of the folks who have griped and complained about Obama, if they're non-white, over the last 8 years, all of us have to answer to the same powerful boss, racist man, racist woman, racist child. And I think once you understand that, it kind of mitigates some of the griping and complaining about President Obama, former President Obama. Sometimes they do. I have heard that sometimes they do still say president. Sometimes they put the former in front of it. Maybe for today, I might be saying former just to emphasize the transition, but might slip a few President Obamas in there too. Did we miss anybody? Anybody have commentary that we haven't heard from yet? Oh, I think we got everybody the first time around. Certainly, if you can, additional commentary, we'll chat it up as we roll throughout the day. And other folks, if you haven't had an opportunity to dial in, share your thoughts. Again, the question on the board, do you think, on the whole, assessing the last 8 years, do you think President Barack Hussein Obama, that his tenure in the White House, did that benefit black people in particular? Was that of any benefit to black people? If so, if you can, cite specifics. If you think on the whole it was not that beneficial for black people, more beneficial for racist man, racist woman, you can share that as well. But we'll be getting folks' thoughts, reflections, remembrances. If you have a specific moment for the people who said that their opinion changed, if there was a specific moment, something that happened, something he said, or something that was done that kind of pushed along your evolution and changing the way that you thought about Obama's presidency, you can share that as well. We're gonna sprinkle in audio segments as we go from the last 8 years. There's so much commentary, so many things that can be remembered. Start off, get one of the clips in from Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, again, her incredible prediction that he would be the next president. Wow, that in and of itself. And hopefully my essay will be published soon so I can get that out. But she certainly spent a lot of time talking about President Obama and addressing some of the concerns that black people raised, questions that they had. This is from 2012. Dr. Welsing, she was a guest on the program. And a caller dialed in and said basically, President Obama is a tool of the Illuminati, the bankers, and racist man, racist woman, basically, that he's being used. And so, we shouldn't vote for him to be reelected. We shouldn't support him. And, we should just be done with him. This was basically her question, which you'll hear as she stated it, and then you get to hear Dr. Welsing's response. After this is done, we'll get more commentary, observations. We might check in with some of the live festivities. We certainly will take a pause and hear when the Obamas actually exit the White House. They're at the ceremony right now. Context of White Supremacy. This is the late, great Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, her 2012 visit to the context of white supremacy.
Person who dialed in, last four digits, 9776. Did you have a question?
You.
Oh.
Yes, I did. Thank you so much for speaking with us tonight, Dr. Welsing. It is such a pleasure to have you on tonight. My question to you is, what are your thoughts on how white people discharge the president by saying that he is a tool to the world bankers and that he is not running for anything?
Well, in other words, I would say none of us are doing everything that we want to do. We're not allowed. That's the purpose of talking about we are in a system structure of racism, white supremacy. Do you see, that would be like saying any parent, any black parent who wants their children to be educated, they are not necessarily in a position that they can change the educational situation where their child has to go to school. And even if they had money to send the child to an exclusive private school, that school is not teaching black self-respect, so that the children come out of that school wishing they were white. They might come out of a black school hating themselves as black people. So in other words, we are not in charge in the system of racism, white supremacy. We can do everything we can to understand it and to understand what behaviors will begin to counter that system. Just like when we respect ourselves, we are countering the system. When we respect one another, we are countering the system. When we are not squabbling and fighting with one another, we are countering the system. When we are courteous and respectful to one another, we are countering the system. When we are refusing to fight and kill each other, we are countering the system. You see, so for those people who choose to, well, let me understand this system and I want to do what I can do as an individual to counter it, I first have to have an awareness of what the system is and what does white supremacy mean. White supremacy means just that. That people who classify themselves as white are in charge. They can choose to let somebody into the White House who didn't have an invitation. So that's what, do you see, if we understand it, it's just like, okay, I'm sitting down at the chessboard with a master chess player. I'm on the black side of the chessboard. Now I can decide I'm going to sit here and play until I master this game. But am I playing against somebody who's a master chess player? I have to recognize that. Did they tell me all the rules? No, they didn't. I have to learn them myself because I'm determined to understand what exactly is going on, which is why black people keep asking, hey, what's happening? There's a reason that question comes into our minds all the time, because we have been told incorrectly. We're told we're in a system of democracy, but we are actually in a system of racism, white supremacy. And because we are afraid of confronting racism, white supremacy, we will tell ourselves, oh no, that doesn't exist. That's old school. So President Obama is not in charge. He can do as best he can, just like any black person. If a person is a teacher and they are told what they're supposed to teach to the exam and account for every minute of what they're doing in the classroom, and there's no time to tell children about racism, white supremacy, there's no time to teach them to love and respect themselves as black children. So the teacher's not doing whatever it is that she wants to do. I applied for a job at a clinic one time, some time ago, and the person told me, you have an excellent reputation as a psychiatrist, but you talk about racism, and our staff is white, and so you would make them uncomfortable talking about racism, so no, you can't have the job. But all the patients were black. You have an excellent reputation as a psychiatrist, but you make white people uncomfortable because you talk about racism. So you can't use your excellent expertise in dealing with all the patients who are black. So we are not in charge. But then if you understand that, then you will say, well, okay, well, let me see how on the side I will do what I think needs to be done. But I don't decide to do that by not, by refusing to understand, well, what is the reality of the situation that I am in? So this is just the evidence that we're in a system of racism, white supremacy. So, it's our intelligence is recognizing and seeking to understand this system that impacts the president, I'm sure Michelle Obama has to worry, I hope my husband is going to be safe. Worrying in a way that Bill Clinton didn't have to worry about Hillary Clinton, or George Bush didn't have to worry. I mean, his wife didn't have to worry. Barbara Bush didn't have to worry. Or Laura didn't have to worry. Because they didn't have all this racist animosity going on around their husbands. So, who is in charge in a system of racism, white supremacy? Now, that can change to the extent that the people of color, the victims of racism, white supremacy, begin to understand the system and understand what behavior. See, every black person who thinks they hate President Barack Obama is helping, aiding the people who said they want to make him fail. They want to make sure he's a one-term president. That's the voice of racism, white supremacy. So any black person, see, if I'm in a system, and it's like, what do they say? Ignorance is no excuse. in the law. So I can be in a system if I don't understand that I'm in a system, and so I'm behaving in a certain way. It's like black men and black women thinking they hate each other because the system is making them feel that way. But they don't understand the system is making them feel that way because their lives are so frustrated by the system. And they are blaming each other as opposed to helping each other oppose the system. So the fact that a person is ignorant and taking a certain position because of the ignorance, the lack of understanding, the lack of knowledge, that's what I mean by ignorance. So if I'm helping my oppressor, even though I don't understand it, I'm still helping my oppressor. That's why it's incumbent upon us. The most important work we have to do as black people in the 21st century is to master an understanding of racism and white supremacy, which is self-respect, because we are all the time saying, what's happening? Well, what's happening is racism and white supremacy. Well, since I'm always saying what's happening, let me do my best to understand it out of respect for my brain computer raising that question over and over and over and over again. See, if a person is in prison, it's wise for them to understand they're not the warden. President Obama is not the warden. He has a nice title, just like the black person who's made CEO of a Fortune 500 company. They have a nice title. They are not totally in charge. And they're wise when they understand that. Maybe it takes, by the time they make their third decision, and somebody says, now, Bill, I don't think we're going to do that. You made some nice suggestions about who to hire. We're moving now in another direction, so we won't be able to bring those hirees on. Smart people. You really listed some smart people. We won't be able to bring them on now. The decision was made by our investors.
The late, great, third-generation physician, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. 31 times a guest on the program. That was from November of 2012, and to be specific, that was 2 days before President Obama was reelected in 2012. I will just repeat, if you are a prisoner, if you're in greater confinement, very important sign of intelligence, being able to recognize the warden. President Obama is not the warden. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. We will hear from her again. I did want to make sure I explained one thing. The image that I have for the event, if you saw it on our Facebook page or my Twitter, it is an image of Michelle Obama next to President Obama, and she's holding up a sign. Now, she did hold up a piece of paper, Bring Back Our Girls, if folks remember that campaign. The young black ladies in the Congo, in the continent, where they had been kidnapped, and they were saying that this was a part of Boko Haram. That they were saying that this took place, and she was a part of that campaign, Bring Back Our Girls, the hashtag, really popular. This has been photoshopped to say, my penis is bigger. That's the sign that Michelle Obama is holding. And the reason that I put that up, one of our longtime listeners, investors, Pumpkin, the lovely, she said that she had noted the pattern of racists calling Michelle Obama a man or a transvestite or somehow defeminizing her, that same contempt for gender that they do to black males, do the same thing with black females. But she said that's been a long-running pattern. And I said, wow, that was not in the forefront of my mind. Like, the most immediate thing was, she's a gorilla. Like, they started that from the very beginning, where it was an official in South Carolina, Dylan Roof's South Carolina. I think it was some sort of gorilla escaped from a zoo. And he said, oh, yeah, we just had a little mischief. One of Michelle's relatives escaped from the zoo, but everything is cool. Like that. This was like I think they had been in the White House maybe a week or two. This was real early in 2009, and it's been all the time. Monkey, ape, I said that yesterday. Ape, monkey, gorilla. 8 monkey, gorilla. 8 years of ape, monkey, gorilla. But after she said it, I started paying attention, and I did see tons of reports of, or just racist conduct of, yeah, she's a man, she's a man, she's a man. And that's exactly that image right there. My penis is bigger. That's the sign that they have her holding, both emasculating President Obama and masculinizing Michelle Obama. And it's a long tradition of them doing that. But that's why I had that image there, not to disparage and make fun of them, but just to point out that's what we've had, 8 years of tacky, trifling, racist behavior. Right on. I'm a little upset still about the audio, so I just want to make sure we don't have that happen again, so I can be quick on the draw to get live coverage. So I'm going to try that really quick, and then we'll get some of the folks who dialed in more recently who have a hand up if you have commentary you would like to share. So let's see if I can do this correctly this time.
Barbara Bush and her husband, the former president, 92-year-old George Herbert Walker Bush, have been in the hospital. But late reports are that they are both doing much better. The former president has had pneumonia, but we are told that all signs are toward improvement, and they hope to have him out of the hospital soon.
So I guess the former vice president, he's going down to the railroad station and get on the Amtrak and go back to Delaware, which he did. And, he commuted back and forth when he was in the Senate for so many years.
Context of White Supremacy. I think I did it correctly that time. So were folks able to hear the commentary? They were talking about the health of the former president. People were able to hear that okay?
At one point, the Metropolitan Police used pepper spray to quell those crowds.
All right, so we'll be ready to roll. I'll make sure we have the audio, live audio, when the Obama's
in no way has had any impact on.
Let's see. I know Thomas in New York should be with us. Do we have anybody else who wanted to? If we missed anybody that we haven't heard from at all, the number again, 641-715-3640, and the code is 564943#. Press *6 if you would like to participate. Actually, I think the Obamas might be leaving now. I'm going to switch back to the live coverage just in case. I think they might be departing now, so we'll make sure we get that. Let's see.
President Obama waves goodbye to the nation's capital as the helicopter formerly known as Marine One now prepares to lift off from the grounds of the Capitol. The new President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and the new First Lady are headed back into the Capitol for a traditional luncheon with members of Congress. And then he will be heading to the White House, and there will be hours of parades and festivities that go well into the night.
Right on. Context of White Supremacy. The Obamas officially departed the White House. President Trump, official. Transition complete. Probably be some other things we'll cut away for. Again, if you're I'm watching CBS, unfortunately. I wanted to watch the Fox coverage, but, I will make do. If you're watching on a different station, CNN, BBC, whatever it is, and, they have interesting guests or commentary or what have you that you think is worthy of, us paying attention to, let us know. Let's see. Folks that dialed in, I think Thomas in New York and the caller at 4950, you should both be with us. Did you all have commentary you wanted to share?
Oh, yeah, I got pulled it out. You can go ahead, Thomas.
You with us, Thomas in New York? You there? Maybe.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm on a plantation right now. So just give me a couple of minutes to get to a quiet place, Gus.
Yes, sir. Maybe if you mute yourself, you can just give us a holler when you are situated. Wowee. And we haven't even begun with the audio clips. I have been on my counter-racist grind for the week. Not only did I crank out tons of clips for this here program that I've been looking forward to for a long time, but also my article was published on the last day of the Obama presidency about his use of language when he does talk about racism. Many times he doesn't even say the word racism. It's amazing. You'll even hear some of the commentary from that. But again, that's one way that you can invest in the cows. It is very, very difficult to write honestly about racism. One of the things that you can do to help, share, like, and comment on the article. That definitely is helpful if folks at least see, at least when we talk about white supremacy, we do get shares and that sort of thing. People are reading the content. So share, like, comment on the article. It's published at Atlanta Black Star. Went up yesterday. Thanks to the folks who already did so. Let's see. We had other folks who dialed in. We can nab some of them while we're waiting on Thomas in New York. I think Raj should be with us. Good to hear from you, sir.
Greetings to you, Gus. Greetings to all the other callers and listeners. I just had oral surgery recently. I wanted to chime in last night, but I've been kind of dealing with that and going through trying to feel a little better. But I had to call today because, like you, no matter how uncomfortable I am with my mouth, I am dancing on the ceiling. I am just happy as can be that he is leaving. It's just been a really incredible past 8 years with him in office. I totally understand he is not the warden. He is basically a servant with the face of a leader. They're putting him as the face of the leader, but he's basically a servant of the more powerful white people who are orchestrating everything that he's done. So I totally understand. I found what Dr. Welsing said in the clip you said. Just hearing her voice was so cathartic, and it just made me miss her that much more. She's just incredibly brilliant. What she stated about our children going to school and not learning about racism the way that it's supposed to be taught is just, it brought me back to Dr. John Henrik Clarke. You know, your enemies will never teach you how to liberate yourself from them. And when you go to these schools, they don't teach our children anything about racism except the fact that they've been brutalized, and we've been brutalized the whole time we're here, and essentially there's nothing you can do about it. So the importance of what Dr. Welsing stressed was for us to really teach our children. I've said a long time, black people don't have a culture in the Western Hemisphere because the culture is to pass on life-saving information to your offspring in order for those offspring to be better able to navigate and survive the world that they're in. And we don't teach our children these things, so our situation seems to be getting worse and worse with every generation that comes. So that is very much imperative for us to do so. As far as teaching them these things, what I found really interesting, they just finished the series on OJ. It's OJ Innocent. It was a 6-part series, and I found it telling that they chose to put it on in the time leading up to the transition of the presidency. And the overall gist of it was they were trying to blame his son, Jason Lamar Simpson, for the murders. And they went along this whole path of trying to show that it was him. And when they got to the point where they felt they couldn't go any further, they went back to blame O.J. Simpson again. So it was basically just nonsense, another aspect of white supremacy, where they're just taking you down this path to think they're doing something constructive. And then it's okay, well, we couldn't blame the father because he got off. Let's blame the son. Now we can't get to blame the son the way we want to, so we're going to go back and say it's the father and someone else worked with the father to do it. So I just find all of this interesting, the timing of it, the whole process of putting in, again, this black male as a murder of this white female, putting this up, just juxtapose that to the law and order president that's about to sit in the White House now. So it speaks volumes to all of what's happening right now, and I'm just going to listen for now. Hopefully I'll be able to hear some of the other people's commentary. I do have it on CNN. I hate watching all of these stations too, but if something does come up that's interesting as far as anyone who's speaking or they're interviewing, I'll definitely let you know. Thank you for taking my call, Gus. I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the show. Thank you.
For sure.
Have you heard?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Gus. Good evening, Ross. Good to hear from you. Yeah, I think you said it best, Gus. On the Saturday show, Watermelon Day on the Plantation. Very happy. I watched Mr. Trump's speech, President Trump's speech. I had an argument with my aunt last night who said he's not going to be my president. I said, oh, okay. See how that works for you. Hey, I'm just happy to see this experiment in white supremacy, which worked very well. They could put a black man in the highest office and not lose an inch of the power they have. In fact, I think it worked so well because they faced very little resistance during the time. They had to create the resistance. They had to create the movements to resist it. I think it put us back 8 years, and hopefully we can start moving forward again. I just wanted to say I will sit here forever and talk about all the discontent I had with the president that's leaving. However, I will keep it very positive. I think that the Welsing clip pretty much summed it up. He had very limited power, very limited things he could do with his power, and I think it showed time and time again who's really in control of the plantation, and that control isn't going to go anywhere. What I will say is Obama, on the positive side of things, he represented the country well, as far as his eloquence and his presidentialness. I think it was the total opposite of what we had before. I think that George Bush was very unpresidential. However, he was a much better politician than Obama. Obama was a much better president as far as conveying messages and gathering his thoughts and making it sound presentable. Bush was a little tacky on that front. And with that, the tackiness again, we're going in a revolving door, but at least there's not a black person spinning the door anymore. And I'm very happy for that. I look forward to the next few years. I do expect there to be coming up very soon a lot of jobs, a lot of things that were not done because the last president was black and no one wanted to see him succeed, will be done, at least in the immediacy after this inauguration. I believe a lot of people will start hiring. They're going to go all out to make Trump look good, and the better they can make him look, the worse they can make Obama look. And that's what I expect to happen. I'll mute my line and I'll chime in as time goes on. Thank you.
Right on. And there will be lots of that, as I said, provided some unforeseen catastrophe. We will be on until about 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So we'll be covering the inauguration ceremonies, what have you, people sharing their thoughts, observations, and our reflections on the last 8 years of the Obamas, who have already departed. As I tweeted out a few seconds ago, I'm really excited about the end of the racist guerrilla imagery directed at the Obamas. I am super happy that hopefully that'll be out of business. We can move on to other things, devote our time and energy. The folks who dialed in, last 4 digits, 8910 and 9607. You should both be with us. Did you all have commentary?
Greetings. Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I'm a more recent listener of the Cows. I started listening just about a year ago. I really have the opportunity to dial in. So I often just listen to the archives, but just had an opportunity today hopefully I wanted to ask a question or get an answer to a question. In one of the archived episodes, I think maybe the night of the election or perhaps a day or so after Trump won, I think, Gus, you mentioned that you were going to have an article published around just analyzing Trump's election victory. Maybe I missed that. I did see your post, I guess it was today or yesterday, to the Atlanta Black Star. But did I hear right on that archived episode that you wrote a publication around analyzing Trump's election victory?
You did hear that correctly. I had to give...
I was hoping to read it.
buddy. Before I answer your question, my disclosure, this is just codification. So I had been looking forward to this day for a long time, a long time. I have been really, really excited about the end of the Obama era. So I've been planning this program and looking forward to this for months and months, maybe even a year or more. So I had planned months in advance to not be sober on this day. So I am not exactly sober right now. I'm babysitting a mimosa because I'm not an alcohol person, so I don't really have alcohol tolerance. So I am babysitting a mimosa, and that is the plan that I had from the beginning. I say that all the time. Sobriety would be best. If you're not going to do that, you at least have to be codified and not out and about. I have not even got out of bed yet, so I don't think I'm going to run the risk of having to bump into a racist badge or no from my condition. That said, even though I'm not sober, my code is still, in terms of dealing with this situation, I am very unsatisfied about that article not being published. The article that was published at Atlanta Black Star, I wrote that on Monday of this week. They published it Thursday. The piece that I wrote on Dr. Welsing's prediction that Donald J. Trump would be president, I completed in August It's almost February, and the piece has not been published. I could have named the publication and talked really bad about these black people. I could have been doing that because this has, been upsetting for a while. But I'm, trying to have some black self-respect. This is about Dr. Welsing, so, I don't think she would appreciate me just doing that. So I'm not satisfied. The whole end of the matter, one way or another, the article would be published by the end of the month. I was told by them that they would be publishing, they have a whole piece where it's supposed to be a lot of people submitted essays on Dr. Welsing. I think Dr. Mwalimu Baruti was one of the folks who contributed as well. And so some of these people, and the submissions were last year in March. So they should have a lot of great content that people submitted from, great scholars who were very familiar with Dr. Welsing, knew her work. Hopefully it'll be out this month. That's what I was told. If they do not publish it by the end of the month, I'm just going to publish it myself, and that'll be that. So one way or the other, within the next, 10 days or so, it will be available.
Great. Thank you.
For sure. The person that dialed in 9607, did you have commentary?
May I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Greetings to the hosts, callers, and the listeners. This is grocery store workers from California. I haven't been able to call in for a while. It's kind of difficult to get into the afternoon and evening calls, but this early type call is working out for me. First off, I just want to say that I had called in maybe like 6 to 8 months ago, and since I work in a grocery store, I remember when Dr. Frances Cress Welsing had said that she didn't get, she felt like black people that worked at a grocery store were rude to other black people. So I just am here to report that I still have been continuously make sure that I greet every black person that I see, and it has been working flawlessly. Just to try to up this black self-respect in the grocery store, and I just want to thank our grandsister Frances Cress Welsing for I feel like bringing that challenge to me. But I would like to share an observation that I made. Maybe about a month or two ago, I was on YouTube, and there's a YouTube video with Michelle Obama, Missy Elliott, and a man named James Corden. I guess he has a late night show, and they were doing, I guess he does these karaoke type. Oh, I hear it. She does these karaoke type skits or whatever. So he had a Michelle Obama and Missy Elliott in the car. But during this, they had like small chat conversations, and she had brought up the subject of the family's code name. So I guess every president's family code name, every president and their families get assigned code names. And it was interesting because she said that President Obama's code name was Renegade. And I kept thinking about that all day, and then I thought, I don't even know if this was ever covered or if anybody had ever said anything about this, but President Obama's nickname was Renegade, and I thought that was really interesting because I believe that racists deliberately assigned him this name, and I believe it's in reference to the movie Birth of the Nation, and I'm really interested in seeing what President Trump's code name will be, and as Gus always says, I'm willing to wager a sizable amount of coins that his code name, President Trump, is going to reflect racism, white supremacy. And that was just an observation that I made, and I wanted to share for a while that I've seen. So if you ever go on YouTube, you can just type in Michelle Obama and Missy Elliott, like inside a car karaoke, and they're driving around the White House. But she had stated that President Obama's code name was Renegade, and I just thought that was really interesting, and I think it was deliberate. I think that was a deliberate practice of racism, white supremacy by white people. And that's all that I wanted to share, just that observation. Thank you.
For sure. That has come up on the program before, President Obama's code name being Renegade and the implications of that, but absolutely the connection to Birth of a Nation, which might even have some connections to Gus T Renegade and the cows. But I don't know what Donald Trump's code name will be, but I'm sure it won't be. I'm sure it won't be Renegade. Other folks, let's see. I think we got. If you are listening, haven't shared yet, and you have commentary, again, the kind of open question for the day: do you think President Obama, him being in the White House, was that constructive for Black people? If so, how? If you thought one way back in 2008 when he was elected and have since changed your opinion, that would be great. Either way, however you decide on that, let us know. Whom do you think benefited more from President Obama being in the White House? Whites, racist man, racist woman, racist child, or non-white people? And how? That would be a good one to address as we move through the day. We still have lots and lots and lots of audio segments to get through in the hours that we're going to be. I switched now. I'm watching the CNN coverage, unfortunately. I didn't even really make an effort to get Fox coverage, but I'm watching CNN right now. So if anybody's watching Fox or other commentary that's noteworthy, let us know. Let's see. The person... Oh, get that.
Can I say one thing, please? Very quickly.
Go ahead.
The bands were playing before they announced the new president, and even though they weren't playing Dixie, it surely sounded like it. I just want to know if you heard that audio of that band playing, because the words weren't Dixie, but the beat was.
I didn't hear. I would have to hear it again. I did hear the band playing. At various, I've had it on in the background, but it's difficult to be listening to multiple things at a time or what have you. I'm very familiar with that tune, so I'd be surprised if they were playing it and I missed it. But that absolutely could have happened. I'd have to go back and listen again. Maybe if anybody else, if you got to hear that part, if you thought Dixie was playing in the background, that would be good. Maybe if you could share anybody else that was listening.
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
I do think that was Dixie playing in the background. I'm not 100% sure, but I would say I'm about 80% sure that was Dixie. And also, I was wondering if anybody is seeing anything about these anarchists protesting around D.C. right now, and do you think that racist man, racist woman would try to connect that to Black Lives Matter?
Hang on one second while people are questioning, going to get the answer. The caller 1745, I don't think we heard from you. 1745, did you have commentary?
Hi, sure. Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, super. Hi. The questions. I'm listening. I've been listening since 8:32, but I was driving home from work, so I'm just turned the television on and I haven't got a chance to find the news. What did the questions you asked? Was it similar to what did he do did he do anything for us, and was his term in office constructive? Is that something similar to what the questions were?
Just was his presidency, was it constructive for Black people, and if so, how, and whom benefited more, whites or non-white people from the Obama presidency?
Well, it seemed like, we didn't benefit unless the benefit was, Black people didn't benefit unless the benefit was visual, just looking at his face in the White House and all the things that they gave us, Jay-Z and Beyonce or whatever they would, when people would perform or entertain. Was his term constructive? I guess for the people that put him in office, for the people that put him in office, I don't believe he was able to do anything. Anytime he would yawn, it's like, hey, did you cover your mouth? So he really couldn't. He had no wiggle room. And then after we finished the book, Gwen Eifel's book, I enjoyed. I think I enjoyed the book because I didn't know a lot of the stuff that she was talking about. So it was cool for me, and maybe because she narrated it. But just listening to all the stuff that she was talking about, he was never going to be able to do anything. So he did what he was set there to do, I believe. And he didn't benefit us unless it was just visually. That's what we were looking for.
And that's all for that. Thank you.
For sure. I think President Obama might be about to speak at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland. I guess we might cut away, see what they're talking about, and then get back to commentary. Yeah, we'll cut away real quick and then come back to live commentary. Context of White Supremacy. President Obama, First Lady, or former First Lady Michelle Obama. I guess they're about to speak at... he's greeting staff and supporters. We'll see what they have to say. We'll see if he mentions black people at all, if he's talking about his staff and supporters. Let's see.
Hello, everybody. You know, Michelle and I, we've really been milking this goodbye thing. So it behooves me to be very brief. Yes. You know, I said before, and I will say again, that when we started on this journey, we did so with an abiding faith in the American people and their ability, our ability, to join together and change the country in ways that would make life better for our kids and our grandkids. That change didn't happen from the top down, but it happened from the bottom up. It was met sometimes with skepticism and doubt. Some folks didn't think we could pull it off. There were those who felt that the institutions of power and privilege in this country were too deeply entrenched. And yet, all of you came together in small towns and big cities, a whole bunch of you really young, and you decided to believe. And you knocked on doors and you made phone calls and you talked to your parents who didn't know how to pronounce Barack Obama. And you got to know each other. And you went into communities that maybe you'd never even thought about visiting, and met people that on the surface seemed completely different than you, didn't look like you or talk like you or watch the same TV programs as you, and yet once you started talking to them, it turned out that you had something in common. And it grew, and it built. And people took notice. And throughout, it was infused with a sense of hope. And as I said in 2004, it wasn't blind optimism that drove you to do all this work. It wasn't naivete. It wasn't willful ignorance to all the challenges that America faces. It was hope in the face of difficulty. Hope in the face of uncertainty. You proved the power of hope. And throughout this process, Michelle and I, we've just been your front men and women. We have been the face, sometimes the voice, out front on the TV screen or in front of the microphone, but this has never been about us. It has always been about you. And all the amazing things that happened over these last 10 years are really just a testament to you. In the same way that when we talk about our amazing military and our men and women in uniform, the military is not a thing. It's a group of committed patriots willing to sacrifice everything on our behalf. It works only because of the people in it.
That's it. All right, we're going to break away from the former president. The current president just had some signing orders. I want to listen in.
Okay, and we'll take that pen with it. And this one I'm signing quite a few times, folks.
Did you get your mute button together? Maybe I didn't unmute the line yet. Oh.
Is it me? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Am I clear? I just have to ask. This is the first time I've ever called from my car. Am I clear?
Your volume is a little low.
How about now?
That's better.
Okay. Greetings, everybody. I have to say I'm excited. I've never participated in something happening live, real-time politics and all that. This is Emmy 1842. So I just wanted to say that because I was kind of really happy when I jumped on the call. Anyway, to answer the question, based off of, I'm not that big into politics, so I will admit I'm a black female that was never really pressed or excited about President Obama. But that I always attribute that more to my pessimism than my clear understanding of racism and white supremacy. It wasn't that. It was just I was, So I don't think that President Obama I don't think his presence and time in office was constructive for non-white black people. I think perhaps at most I will agree with the female caller who called in before we listened to him speak, that his visual, but then I also thought about that his visual would be more, I think, awe-inspiring for people who are for so-called interracial dating and biracial children, quote-unquote biracial children, because not to say that they're not black, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is a push, however, that the solution to racism and white supremacy is to just create children or offspring that have a white parent. I'm trying to be as codified in this as possible. And I think that helps to push that agenda more than it does, and by that I mean President Obama's time in office does more to push that agenda than it does to instill within white people a sense of black people's humanity, which is what we don't have in a system of racism and white supremacy. And just looking at the statistics, it's bad for black people now, very bad for black people now, in ways that we haven't seen since, formal slavery. And so I don't think that his time in office was constructive. I think what it did was bring up some of, to kind of show a little bit more of the overt racists for who they are. But I also think that it helped other whites or other racists, suspected racists, to become even more refined in how they're going to practice racism and white supremacy. And I think it gave I jumped in kind of late, so someone might have already said this, but I apologize if I am being redundant. But I think it allows for white people to say, look, if Obama and Michelle can do it, then all of you other, negrids can do it too. And if you can't, that's your fault. And so I think what it does is help to absolve white people for taking responsibility for what they've done to us and what they continue to do to us. And I don't think that that's been constructive at all for us. And I think we could have sacrificed having the image of black people in the White House for all the horrible things that have happened since then. I mean, I don't think their image in the White House is justifies or soothes or softens all of the murders of the young people at the hands of police officers and the older ones too, older black men too, and women. I don't think that 1 year of them in office is worth that, or 8 years in office is worth that at all. And I think that those are direct responses to him being in office. I also think that based off just listening to how he spoke, I don't think he's even talking to us. Like, even now, he was like, going and talking to your parents who don't even know how to say Barack Obama. I haven't met a black person at all who didn't know how to say Barack Obama. So whose parents don't know how to say Barack Obama? It's not mine, or other black people. So even now, as he's leaving, BGQ, whatever, I'm not coming at him. I'm just saying he's still not speaking to us whatsoever. And then even if you try to speak to me later, I don't think that's going to take away from the fact that you didn't speak to me while you were there. Even going out, you could just talk to us. Black people, we did a lot too. But I guess, we're not the ones who did anything. So even in that conversation, I don't think his presidency, what I'm saying is, I don't think that his presidency or his time in office was for us at all. And at all, yeah. In my head, I'm hearing Solange's Boo Boo song, but no, I don't think his presidency had anything to do with us. And thank you for listening.
Maybe he addressed black people after they cut away to President Trump signing orders. Maybe he had lots of good things to say about black people then. Other folks, I think we got all the more. I'll check. Everyone who dialed in, who has a hand up, have you been able to share? Is anybody that we missed who dialed in who has a hand up?
May I speak?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, I had a comment and a question. The comment briefly was, I've noticed that all of the supposed left-wing, nice white people, liberals, quote-unquote, who practice racism, white supremacy, have really coalesced around Donald Trump the past month. It's almost like the new year meant I can accept him now. I've heard a lot of give him a chance. And it really just shows how the system of white supremacy is, it's just that, like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said, it's glaring. Why would we assume that these white people aren't doing the same thing? I've just noticed that, especially listening to a lot of the supposedly left-leaning news outlets, and they're just ecstatic that they have a new president, and they're just, let's love America, tradition, whatever, it's all white supremacy. My comment was, I read an article, and I'm not sure if anyone else read it and if it could be corroborated, but I read an article yesterday that President Obama could not use the word racism today in any of his speeches. Did anyone else read anything similar to that, or was that true or maybe untrue?
You say he couldn't use the word racism? Like, you mean like as he was exiting the White House today, he couldn't talk about racism, or?
The article said, yeah, he couldn't use the word racism in his speeches today, and he couldn't talk about race. But again, I don't know if this is true or not. I just, I was anxious to listen to some of his speeches later on YouTube of today, but I didn't know if anyone else had read anything to that effect.
Oh, well, the article I wrote talked about a similar theme, but it just went into detail about how he generally doesn't say the term racism. He'll say race or the racial divide. He'll use other terms. Certainly there are times when he has said racism, but even in those times, he generally, if he acknowledges that racism is a problem, he'll generally immediately then say, we've made progress. We've made lots of progress. Things are substantially better than, they were 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 50 years ago, and we've made tons and tons of progress. Nobody can, deny that. He'll immediately say that, or you'll hear later on. We have audio. We have audio.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick request. If you can play those two clips where Obama says the police have a tough job, and the clip where he says that things are getting better, and that's true in every neighborhood across America that he has visited. And thank you, if you can do that.
That is amazing. We are taking requests. We have a lot of audio, and I mean like over an hour of audio, and we've already heard, I think, 2 or 3 clips. So I don't know if we'll be able to do requests, although I think at least one of those is going to be covered within the audio segment. So I think you'll at least be halfway satisfied. But we are not doing requests with all the extra audio that we had. But I'll play it on the compensatory call-in. The one where he talks about police having a tough job. I'll get that in this weekend for the compensatory call. Other folks have commentary that they want to make sure they get in. Caller in Ohio, did you have commentary?
Is that me you talking to?
Are you in Ohio?
I am, yes. Okay. First, let me say hello to you, Gus, the host, and to all the other callers and listeners. And I tell you, I just really tripped it. I was sitting up here looking at the stuff, on TV, and then I came across my page. I don't know if it was Ken Steele saying, and he says, I'm drinking mimosas and listening to Gus T Renegade. I'm like, oh, my God, he's on the air, and I knew that. So, unfortunately, I missed a lot of part of what you all were saying, but just to throw in my little 2 cents. In terms of President Obama now, I said this before on your show quite some time ago, that, in 2008, as he was, 2007 running and stuff like that, I was just like head over heels for Barack Obama. I had first heard about him in the late 80s when I was living in D.C. and Kathy Hughes, who was Radio 1, she had a radio station there, and she would give little snippets about things going on in, say, Black America at that time. And she talked about this guy. She said, Harvard's Law Review has their first Black president. And she said his name is Barack Obama. And I was just like, And I'm like, well, that's nice. This was like 88, 89, 90, somewhere around that time. So when the thing was he was going to run, and I remember somebody put him in as Barack Obama, and I remember I was like, well, I know him. And I'm like, well, I don't know him. I said, because I would, because it's like I hadn't seen a person named Barack Obama. I said, but I heard that name somewhere. And then I attached and say, oh, okay, it's Harvard Law Review. So I was just so excited, about it. I'm just being true. I didn't do any vetting or anything. It's like, oh, yes. So, okay, he gets elected, and I was really excited. And then, even in all my excitement, there were questions in my head that I was asking. I was like, like that he's doing anything for Black people. And, I'm sitting up here in my mind, hey, give us a Black Supreme Court justice. I want a female. And, that fell through. The first one we got was Miss Justice Sotomayor, and then the lady that came from Harvard, the dean. I think she was the dean of the law school. And I understand suspected racist, too. And so then by the time it came for re-election, it's just like the baton was off, if you will. The bright and shiny stuff was off. And then, I had to begin to start questioning here because, it's like I'm living in here, down the road after he leaves office. You have to think about, what's going to happen after he leaves office. And as his term, the second term began to go, and then to me, I could just begin to see it, and it just really hit me. It's like, this man is not going to do anything for Black people. And I in my mind, I even took it back as far to say, even when he, how you get that team together, they want you to run, whoever selected him or what have you, it was just like there was never anything in his playbook to do anything for Black people. And I can remember listening to a video of Claude Anderson, and he made a statement. He said he was talking about the things that he was doing. And he just made the statement. He didn't down President Obama. He didn't dog him out. He just made a statement. It was just clear. He said, what President Obama is doing with the Black community, he said, is benign neglect. And he said, look it up. And, that's what it is. And when he said that, as I was looking at President Obama's term, particularly the second term, that came to my mind, benign neglect, because I can remember studying about that when I was in college, and it's pretty much, that you just leave these people alone. Don't do nothing to them. Don't do nothing for them. Just leave them alone. And, and then and believe me, the other things grew out of that. What is the stop and frisk and the small, the broken windows policy? Stuff come out of that. And it just really hit me. And, I'm just like, they're not going to do anything for Black people. He's not. It just wasn't in his playbook. That is just my believe when basically say, if you want to say my eyes opened up to this. I don't dog him out. I hate it. Like I remember when you were saying earlier this week you were going to have a show, and you talked about being happy that he's going to leave, and you talked about the references to gorillas and all that stuff like that. And I hated that. We know Donald Trump was the one, along with this woman, Orly Tate, whoever she is, with this birther stuff, you know. And so I just, I do think that the young lady that was on the phone before the gentleman that she said something about white people, liberal rights, and you looking at Michelle and Barack and then basically said, well, they did this. How come you can't do that? So actually, I do think that we're in a bad time. But I also think that, I don't know, because for some reason, this is just me and I love my people. I just think that we're at the bottom. I just want to say for me, I just kind of feel like for black people, we just go up. You're at the bottom, you go up. I'm not saying it's not going to be a fight or anything. I listened to the speech. I don't think, you know, I know we talk about whether President Obama saying things to us. I know President Trump, and I will call him that now, and he will be Trump here on out. I know. I just feel when I listen to that speech, it's like, well, he ain't saying nothing to black people. I mean, it's a nationalistic and probably, like you say, the late Dr. Wilson said, fascist speech. So I think that black people, we got our work cut out for us. But, you know, there is a part of me, I'll be honest and truthful with you, there is a part of me that is sad to see, and here's my craziness, that here it is someone who didn't do anything for me and my people, never had any plan or anything, and then there's still a part of me that's like, well, I'm sad to see him go, which goes to show you that cognitive dissonance going on in my head. But, you know, they got to go, you know, and I just think, though, black people, I do think, though, we can't sit in the corner pouting. You know, what has happened has happened. Donald Trump is the president of the country and all that it involved. And I don't necessarily know if it's, I don't know. I can't speak on that, but I just wanted to add my little 2 cents there. Like I said, I chimed in late, so I'm just going to listen to see if, you know, to see what others have to say. Thank you for taking my call. I'll mute myself.
Absolutely. Context of white supremacy. I thought that was an important observation from Emmy in the D.C. area about the audience when President Obama speaks. Who is he talking to? And the name pronunciation, that seems like he might be talking to the most powerful people on the planet, the white race. I'm going to make sure I get in some of our audio as we move along. This is audio. I made this in 2011, and fascinating. I hadn't heard it in some years, and I went back and was listening to it. Yeah, you'll hear quite a few people. This is a myriad of the folks who have expressed their disgust, outrage, displeasure with President Obama through the years. These are mostly black people, but there's some white people sprinkled in as well. Pay particular attention, Alex Jones and his pronunciation of KRS-One's name in the segment. I think that'll be the only thing that I'll say. There are many other significant. I guess Bill Cosby. This would be Bill Cosby number 1. He'll come up more than once during this segment today, but this is Bill Cosby number 1. The audio is not as great as the rest of the audio will be because this is from way back, and the audio quality has improved significantly since these days. But audio segment will get in a variety of folks voicing their disgust with President Barack Obama.
Due to the conditions of my parole, I am unable to leave the country at this time. I am forced to remain here and express my extreme displeasure while in no way threatening the life of the president and his beautiful monkey family.
So the president says, I don't have all the facts here, but the Cambridge police acted stupidly. What a stupid comment. What a stupid comment. How do you come to that? if you don't know all the details.
Yeah, and he prefaced by saying he wasn't there. And any of us would have reacted that way. Hispanic, black, white. We all would have been a little bit offended that somebody was trying to arrest us on our own property.
You familiar with the case, Bill?
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
No.
I wasn't there. I heard about it, and I heard about 5 different reports.
Me too.
Which means if I'm president of the United States, I don't care how much pressure people want to put on it about race, I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely. Oh, it's interesting. I noticed that you've been twittering about as long as we have, which is like 2 or 3 weeks. We're already tired of it. I don't know about you. But you tweeted. Is it tweeted?
Tweeted. We don't even know.
We've got to get our people to believe in themselves again, to value themselves, and stop waiting for Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton to fix it. You remember making that?
Oh, tweet? Yes.
Well, Al Sharpton was on his way here, apparently.
So?
To fix it.
No. Well, let's be clear. Whether or not, I don't think, everything is rumor now. This is all.
Yeah, it was too hot.
It's all flying all over the joint. You're driving your car, all of us sitting here, and those of you in your car, regardless of what race you are or sex or anything, and you see the lights behind you telling you to pull over. Generally, you get angry right away, even if you know.
Well,
wait. Even if you know you've been speeding, you pull over. The majority of us will have an attitude about a person pulling us over. We will also have an attitude after talking to and with the officer. And one of the great funny things is as you're driving, you then make note yourself of people making violations, and they're not being arrested for any of this. So when it comes to this kind of situation, from Jump Street, I think that there's enormous tension on both sides. I have often wondered, in terms of race, why there wasn't more of a psychological test that would really question, regardless of the officer's color, question if this person is prepared mentally to deal as a servant of the people.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Because many times, for instance, I don't know how many officers you know. Why did they want to become policemen or policewomen? The answer is kind of I just want to stop people from doing so forth and so on.
Right.
So anyway, my point is, I was shocked to hear the president.
Yeah, I was too.
Making
absolutely
this kind
he doesn't know
of statement.
Right. Hey, Jack.
And I was just talking about Obama during the break, and he was saying, Alex, you're talking about how he's slicker. He's nicer. He doesn't just come off like a devil. I mean, Bush really comes off like a devil, looks like a devil, the way he do that demonic smile like a gremlin or something. And then KSR1 had something important to say about that. So, KSR1, say that in your own words.
The point was that I was mentioning what you were saying was that Bush was more arrogant with his presentation, which is what pissed people off. It was the arrogance. It was, we're going to do it in your face. What was it? Bring it on. That attitude that pissed people off. But I was alluding to the fact that the devil is really the guy you like. Bush does look a little demonic there, or sound such, but really when you study the devil, or Satan, it's the palableness, it's all right, I'm here for you. You don't get nothing out of people telling them, look, I got these chains for you, and you better do what I say, or you're going to get in these chains. Oh, people are quick to rise up on that and say, no, I'm not going in no chains, and that's why, Bush kind of embarrassed himself and his family in the entire world, which I want to get to as well, because it's a controversial thing here. But yeah, the devil is palpable. It's very understanding of your problems, very approachable. It's God that is in them dark, scary places that requires not hope, but courage. Courage. Hope is for powerless people. And this was something that Obama ran on. And yes, I'm a philosopher, no doubt. Hope, I know the
well, this is a false hope. I mean, this is a false hope. This is a counterfeit of hope. And they say the road to hell is wide. It's paved. You talk about the road to the truth. It isn't easy. It's painful. It's hard. I mean, I want to believe Obama's going to fix it. I want to believe my children's future's okay. I want to believe we're turning the tide. And we are in a way that they're having to give us somebody this slick who says a lot of what we want to hear, but then baits and switches.
See, to me, that's the bigger deception. That's the bigger deception right there. And now, let me raise this point about the world and global. With one presidency, okay, this Barack Obama presidency, with one presidency, the entire world is now ready for the New World Order.
This is why they have to give him the Nobel Peace Prize. They don't deserve it. Can you tell me what you can do? These are handlers. But someone controls them. Are you following me? You've heard of the big Brzezinski, because the doctor just mentioned it. Are you following me? We have to understand who the players are. These are the masterminds behind the change. So why is Jay-Z lining himself up with Barack Obama? Says he has Barack Obama on the text. Huh? These are the blue guys. Are you following me?
Talking down the black people on those faith base. Talking down the black people.
You talk about the realities that Obama and his administration are facing. Unemployment, the national average in the double digits, and for African Americans specifically, nearly 16%. How do you begin to make sense of these historical disparities that still really haven't changed?
Greed is still running amok on Wall Street. That's why they talk about a recovery and the recession being over, because Wall Street and the stock market's up. Poor people are in no way a priority. Obama has an economic team that's composed of persons who have no history whatsoever of being concerned about poor people.
Young black men, 16 to 24, nearly 35% unemployment. Where is the hope for young black men facing these types of realities?
Obama made it clear that when he moved into the White House, and it was a beautiful thing to see he and Michelle and the two precious girls, that he was going to reassure the establishment. And that's exactly what he's been doing. He's been doing a good job reassuring the establishment. Well, there's many of us who believe the establishment is on our necks, and on the necks of Brother Jamal, Sister Letitia. Now, Jamal and Letitia have to get their act together, but they can get their act together all they want. But if the government also does not come through with the kind of opportunities that a determined Jamal and a determined Letitia can take advantage of, they still run up against the wall.
The criticism of him thus far in terms of addressing specifically, say, African-American unemployment, do you think it's fair?
I think that that Obama formed certain habits when he campaigned. And one of the habits was to neutralize white fears and anxieties as he capitalized on black solidarity, so that he could have one size fitting all to run a campaign. But to govern is something else. But he's got that same habit. So when he talks about the disproportionate amount of social misery, poor communities, disproportionately black and brown and red, one side doesn't fit all. Come to the black community, get yourself together, pull yourself up by your own bootstrap, personal responsibility. Oh, you didn't say that when the investment bankers were in trouble, did you? They didn't have to pull themselves up by their own bootstrap. They got $787 billion. Can you imagine getting $787 billion to poor people? It only takes $50 billion to wipe out poverty in major portions of the country, you see. Afghanistan, billions of dollars. It's going to take priorities.
You really look at it as a matter of economics?
It's definitely economics, but it's priorities in your economic policy. Very much so. And that doesn't downplay individual initiatives. People still need to get their acts together. But it's just not a matter of an individual initiative. You can have all the individual initiative in the world, but if you're living in a hood where bullets are flying, where families are collapsing, where jobs are disappearing, then it's going to be 1 out of 10,000 who do it, the Michael Jordans. It's going to be the Oprah Winfreys, you know, the highly determined, genius-like figures who will get over. But they have many cousins who deserve a fair break, a fair deal.
Those numbers for young black men, 16 to 24, do you see them changing? Do you see them declining? What?
They're going to get worse if we don't have a jobs policy. And by jobs policy, what I mean is a kind of version of the New Deal that FDR did that creates jobs for persons who do not have college education. What the manufacturing sector used to do. That's what we need, a serious job policy. In the same way we had an investment banker policy when they were in trouble. Well, we got brothers and sisters of all colors, disproportionately black and brown and red, who are too big to fail, just like AIG, just like Goldman Sachs or any of the other huge financial institutions that are too big to fail. Well, you know what? Our partners are too big to fail. They deserve some help.
Mr. Obama has a responsibility to step up to the bully pulpit that he has inherited and not to continue to be loath to deal with the issue of race and say this is a teachable moment. Yes, we can accept the apology of Mr. Reed, but let's deal with Negro dialect. Let's deal with the fact of light skin versus dark skin, and let's teach America about some of these more vicious and invidious issues. Otherwise, they do look like hypocrites in my book. And let me tell you this, I think we should push the president. This president runs from race like a black man runs from a cop. What we have to do is to ask Mr. Obama to stand up and use his bully pulpit to help us. He is loath to speak about race, Tamara, and as a result of that, his disinclination to speak about race means that he won't even take this teachable moment to help America understand. And he shouldn't do that as a black man, by the way. He should do that because he's president of the United States of America.
Well, we're out of time, and I certainly appreciate it, but Professor Dyson, I will have to ask you, are you going to apologize now for saying that the president runs like a black man from the cops, or are you sticking by that one?
I'm sticking by that because the brother runs very well, and he's running like a brother running from a cop.
Thank you both. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you both. Hot topic this morning. Wow.
Barack Obama? I
I just found that food is going to raise my taxes. His promises are just like his chicken. Worthless. Good thing I didn't vote for his lying ass.
Obama ain't no real nigga. And check this out. I heard he worked for the Fed. That ain't a good look, Barack.
Context of White Supremacy. Audio was not bad at all. Not bad at all. That is from back in 2011. The only quick comments I will add, man, oh man, white people called in Bill Cosby specifically to chastise President Obama for talking about racism during the whole Dr. Henry Louis Gates episode at Harvard when he was arrested by a white officer in his own residence. They called in now disgraced comedian Bill Cosby specifically to talk bad about President Obama because he discussed racism and said that officer acted stupidly. And then made sure they got in their jab on Al Sharpton. In the next segment, Alex Jones, who I despise, he brings KRS-One on, same thing, to talk bad about Obama. And even he doesn't even ask him a question. He just says what he wants to hear. He states his view, what he wants KRS-One to say, and it just says, yeah, just restate what I said. Like, in your own words, just restate. Like, I have never heard that, like a white person to go on a program and they just say, yes, I just want you to say this, but just, say it however you would like to say it. But this is the main thing I want you to say. Like, I have never heard that. It would just be a question, open it, and then you get to, say whatever. Anyway, he can't even get his name right. Standard tackiness in the system of white supremacy. I'm just going to bring this Negro on to talk bad about this other Negro. And they're both Negroes to me. I can't even get your name right. But as long as you're talking bad about that Negro, I'll give you some time on my program. Standard tackiness, Alex Jones. And then metaphors, I talk about that all the time. The segment with Eric Dyson, who has a sermon to white people. He has a new book that he's promoting, Victim of Racism, VGQ. But the metaphor, President Obama runs from race like a black man from a cop. Metaphors. Other folks have commentary, things they would like to share. Feel free.
Yes, Gus, I would like to attempt to answer the question that you asked in the beginning. Could you just rebrief me on it, on what the question was?
Do we think President Obama, his tenure in the White House, do we think that was beneficial for black people? And if so, how? And who do we think was the greater beneficiary from his time in the Oval Office? Do we think racists benefited more, or do we think non-white people benefited more? And same thing, why?
Oh, I'll start from the most recent thing that you said. It's obvious to me that the global system of racism and white supremacy benefited from Mr. Obama's being in office, meaning directly white people primarily benefit from it, and the system of racism and white supremacy is what they put in place that they already is designed to benefit, and just like myself and others on the line who actually are participating in the people activity of labor. We participate in our own demise, and that demise is the global system of racism and white supremacy. Barack Hussein Obama, victim of racism and white supremacy, is no different. There's a whole lot of metaphors with the position that he's in, that I don't agree with, that they're saying about the most powerful position on the planet. I don't know how to equate that. The only thing I know and how, as far as equating anything, is the global system of racism and white supremacy. It's not regional, it's not local, it's not national, it is global. And there's no singular position that is the quote-unquote most powerful position on the planet, unless you're talking about the global system of racism and white supremacy. And the only person or persons that can be in that position or in charge of that is a white person. Period. That's a direct statement. Is either true or untrue. A lot of non-white people over the course of time have complained about this non-white victim of racist white supremacy, but I also was quote-unquote directly employed, and during that time, 27, 28 years, very few non-white people that I know of would show up on Monday kicking down the door to their office building or to their fire department or their police department or whatever job they, even on their own job, quote unquote, and start loudly complaining about racist white supremacy and what they're going to say and what they're going to do about it, that sort of thing, and manages to get to the next day safely. So we are not correct if we are complaining directly to him, unless we look in the mirror and complain to ourselves and what we aren't doing also when it comes to saying something directly against the system of racist white supremacy to white people who can harm you. The responsibility, as I think I heard Mr. Fuller say, is not so much about being embarrassed of what you don't know, is not knowing and not trying to find out. And I think it's important for us to continue to further develop an understanding of the global system of racist white supremacy to the point to whereas we know all there is to know about it, and therefore go about the means of neutralizing it and replacing it with something better. And that something better, I think, so far to my understanding, is a global system of justice. Did I answer? I think I answered two parts of it. Was it a third part?
No, you said you thought white people benefited more. That was.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. I know what else I wanted to say. Basically, because white people, because all non-white people who are alive and breathing today were born into this global system of racist white supremacy, during the process of the system being maintained, they basically trained us very well. To whereas white people, when they get off their shift, they can go to sleep and sleep pretty well because they know that they basically have us mentally in the shape to whereas we can be contained and controlled. Therefore, they, for whatever reason, I'm not sure, allowed this non-white person to be in this position, to get this position, and primarily from a imagery standpoint, external standpoint, because they know that we are very impressed by outside external images. They know that because they trained us so that we do not look underneath the surface on a lot of subjects and things to find out how this really, what this really is, what I'm looking at, and how it really works. And images impress us, and so the idea of putting a non-white person who looks presentable, who looks, I guess he would be to a lot of people considered to be a handsome, quote-unquote, intelligent non-white person, his wife being in the same way, and children, and I believe mother-in-law that also was staying with them at the time, basically scripted him like they do, like you do us on these jobs, also including the person that's talking, what to say, what you are not going to say, and if you do break this code, there will be some dire consequences for you waiting right on you. In other words, you may say this on Monday, but you're not going to be able to show up on Tuesday in good health in a lot of cases. And there are plenty of cases that says that points to what I'm talking about, and basically they know that was going to be a reaction. The first time I heard about this victim of racist white supremacy, it was a black female. When I was I transferred to the training aspect of the fire department, and it was more office setting, and she was like, just talking about Barack Obama, he was tested. Aren't you going to be involved in it? She's very excited about it. And of course, just like most people at the time, it was just he wasn't the first non-white black person that was being talked about and considered for this position. And I basically had the common thought about it. And even when it started getting to the point of where he is going to be allowed to get this particular job, I still didn't get all excited about it, because by that time I thought I was less concerned, less confused about the system of racism anyway, and that wasn't going to solve the global system. I have to emphasize it again, the global system. There's only one country that I know of, and the name of it is racism, white supremacy. America is only a concept. The United States definitely is only a concept, as far as I'm concerned, based on logic. And that's where I sit today. I wish him the best. I know somewhere along the line, probably him and his wife is taking a sigh of relief and going to. I think he alluded to that in his speech to some of the people that worked with him. And it also, I remember him saying that he's going to sit down somewhere where he doesn't have to hear himself talking all the time, and kind of like, relax a little bit, from that standpoint.
Hold on one second. They're showing the protesters. I just want to get some of that live coverage really quick. Hang tight.
Riot police are essentially trying to get this in order. This started out as...
This is happening at the corner of 12th
and then all of a sudden
12th and K Street. I don't know. Renee's coming in and out. Let's try and keep her going if you can hear her well at home. Renee, let's hear from you again.
If you can hear me. All right, guys. I am at the corner of K and 12th, and I can tell it's touch and go because people are running in multiple directions.
Yeah.
All right, so Renee's dropping out. Some of that sound you're hearing, just so you understand, we don't know the full details of this situation, but riot police are equipped with what are called flashbangs. They create light and sound to disorient people in a protest or a riot situation like this. Renee just reported to us that there is some throwing of rocks. There's some dispensing of pepper spray or something like it. We have Brian Todd, who is nearby. Brian, can you hear us? Let's see if we can hear you.
Chris, I can hear you. This is a very, very large crowd, not far from where Renee was. More peaceful here. They're marching toward McPherson Square. Several thousand here. We have had a lot of unrest in the city, not far from where we're standing. Aside from what Renee said, there was severe damage to some buildings, some businesses. The windows of a Starbucks not far from here just got obliterated not too long ago. There have been numerous arrests on the streets of Washington. Right now, we are about a block and a half away from the White House, entering McPherson Square. Huge crowd here, and they're planning to go into the square here and protest. So we're going to see how the police respond to this. But again, we've had some unrest. We've had some police injuries earlier. At least 2 police officers were injured, and numerous arrests have been made. Chris?
Yeah. Okay, Brian, thank you for all of that. We're watching it in a split screen right now. Look, it's a very emotional day here in Washington, D.C. We've seen it, Chris, since you and I arrived on the scene at 4 in the morning. People are very excited for the promise of this new president, and other people have come here from across the country angry with their signs. And when they clash, you can see this is happening. Well, Renee Marsh is there in the middle of it. She joins us again. Renee, tell us what you're seeing.
All right. Well, I can tell you that it is very unsettling in the sense that people are moving in multiple directions. What we had is a situation of people throwing bottles and rocks at police officers. It came to a point where they were face to face in the middle of this intersection of K and 12th Street. And that's when riot police moved in. They started deploying pepper spray. But despite that, people continued to throw literally large chunks of rock at police officers, and of course that set off what was already a large crowd, just people frantically running in multiple directions. Where I'm standing right now, what I'm seeing is the same images that you're seeing, which is riot police in the center of this intersection, and individuals, despite them deploying the pepper spray, continue to throw chunks of concrete at these officers, bottles at these officers. I bumped into one man. He had a bloody nose. He said that he tried to stop an individual from throwing objects at police, and that's when an individual punched him in the face. So clearly, emotions are extremely high at this point, and we are seeing.
Renee, monitor the situation for us. There are a lot of different pockets of activity.
Okay, I'm cutting away from the coverage of the protests. I just wanted to add that since that was happening, and this is the first time that I'd seen on any of the footage that I've been watching from CBS and now CNN, any coverage of protesting, which they had anticipated. And I think we had a previous caller who asked if they think Black Lives Matter, this will be blamed on Black Lives Matter, right? To try and say, oh, the niggers came to D.C. and were unruly and mad because their nigger president is gone type thing. I can say just from the footage that I've seen, it's kind of difficult to see. Mostly what they're showing is the police with their riot gear and everything. So it's hard to see the protesters to get a sense of if this is mostly white people or these non-white people or what have you. At least for me, I'm having a difficult time trying to ascertain that. It does look like there are a sizable number of white people in the protesters, which, would be all I would need to know. But it's kind of trouble. It's difficult because it's kind of at a distance. What they got close-ups of the enforcement officials, not the protesters. Other folks, if you would like to chime in, if you have commentary, the number again, 641-715-3640, and the code is 564-943#. Press *6 if you would like to participate. They say more than 90 have been arrested thus far.
May I be heard? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, I just wanted to say, because I know what Gus was saying about the protesters. I'm looking at the MSNBC station, and they have been going through. It's one thing. There are a lot of photographers. I don't know if these are people with news people, because, you can go to a store and buy you that, what I call that professional-looking camera. But the close-ups that I'm seeing is mostly white people. And I don't know, as I'm sitting here looking at this, because I know, even though D.C., the numbers are down, but I think it still is a black city. And I know earlier, before they begun the pomp and circumstances of the inauguration, one of the, I think it was Chris Matthews said, I guess as people going through the crowd, that there were just really very few blacks down there for the inauguration, which, to me is to be expected, especially like you say, in the city, that's a black city. But as there are people going through the crowd, and I guess this is the MSNBC cameraman, and he's doing some close-ups, and the masses of people that I'm seeing, they are white people. So I'm just really hoping that I think a couple of black faces, but the masses of them are white people. You got these that they walk around. Some of them do have, the bandanas on their face, and I think it was some newspaper containers. You know those steel containers, they put newspapers, they were dragging them into the street. But it's mostly white people. And the other thing is, too, I would say to myself, if they were black, they're using pepper spray. And I was like, if they were black, it would be tear gas. You would have the police on horse. It would just be way more. So for what I'm saying, it's mostly white people. And I just wanted to say that, and I'll mute myself.
Yes. The first thing comes to my mind is 50 years ago, the same thing took place where a bunch of white young people in and around late teens to maybe early 30s who were pissed off at their parents and older white people for personal things that they valued, such as to smoke marijuana and not take baths, and do something different than what the generation of white people ahead of time, not go to Vietnam, that sort of thing. And they was out there protesting and throwing rocks and bricks and in turn the police was busting them upside their head. And then what racist white man did was offer them positions, offer them authoritative positions in the system of racist white supremacy, and everything just went on to a much more smoother road, and the machine of racist white supremacy kept functioning fluidly. So I'm not surprised. That particular movement that I spoke of previously lasted for about, let's say, in the mid-1960s until the early 1970s, that sort of thing. And so I see the same thing happening today, possibly. So I'm not surprised by it at all, that sort of thing. Whereas the whole focus of racist white supremacy kind of like gets placed in a secondary mode, although it is number one and always will be number one until it is put down and replaced with a system of justice. Thank you.
They have zoomed in a little bit on the CNN footage, and it's definitely a predominantly white group of people that are protesting and acting a fool in the streets. Predominantly whites. Yeah, just from what I'm seeing. And yeah, I think it would also be a lot more aggressive if this was a lot of black people down there saying we want 4 more years, put Obama back for 4 more years, or, you know, whatever else. I think it would be a much more aggressive police response. And in fact, number one, seeing these police officers here pause for Miriam I. Carey, black mother shot and killed in the nation's capital in 2013, October 2013, with her 1-year-old daughter in the vehicle. But that is going to come up later in the audio segments that we have, the behavior, racist behavior of the D.C. police. They're rushing a group of protesters. Since it's mostly white people, I hope they crack some heads. We got to have law and order. That's what our president said. Law and order. We're not going to tolerate this hooligan behavior. These white people, get them in line. Not going to put up with this. We have other folks who had commentary they wanted to share. And also, if you have moments, I know Pam sending energy and, again, well wishes to Pam. She was not feeling her best this week. That's why we rescheduled Wednesday's program. But if you have moments, Pam shared the moment for her was the whole controversy with Dr. Henry Louis Gates when they had to have what they called the beer summit, and President Obama had to come out and backtrack for saying the officer acted stupidly and talking about racism and policing. She said that moment really showed her that he did not, have that much power as a non-white person in a system of white supremacy. If you have moments from the past 8 years, like a moment of clarity in his quote unquote administration that showed you something or revealed a bit of truth about racism, white supremacy, that would be great. If you have any moments like that, other folks that are with us, if you have commentary you would like to share, feel free.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Yes, greetings to you, Gus, and to the other callers and listeners. Yes, I'm watching the CNN footage too, and I'm seeing quite a few white people in this crowd, but what I would like to see is how this is reported after the fact, because I could see them, because D.C. is considered still a majority black city. I could see them trying to blame black people for this, especially because we're not getting like extremely detailed footage of the crowds themselves except for in spurts. So I just want to see how the reporting changes as the day progresses in regards to how this is discussed later on, and whether or not they will zero in on the fact that this is a majority white crowd creating this disturbance, or if they're going to try and say that it's black people that did it. Also, for the firefighter in Florida, I thought he gave a brilliant assessment. I agree with him. I think that the Obama presidency was a barometer check to see if black people collectively have graduated from the ability to revel in what I always term cosmetic change, which is basically something that's right in your face that looks like it's doing something productive or constructive, but yet in reality it's obfuscating the reality that it's racism and white supremacy dominating that situation. And I think that when they gauged the understanding of black people in regards to the system of white supremacy, our collective response of thinking that President Obama was going to change everything for black people or make some sort of decisions that would influence changing the system, moving the system, I would say, towards a system of justice versus dealing with white supremacy. I think that they just were able to gauge, hey, 500-600 years, and they're still in the same psychological state now that they were 500-600 years ago. You give them, a couple of crumbs, which is throwing President Obama and his family up there, and black people are still, following the shepherd, and the shepherd in this case would be President Obama. And I think we've just been conditioned collectively for a long time to look for a Messiah-type figure, this one person that's going to come and lead us all collectively towards justice and towards an equitable cultural lifestyle in this country. And it's not going to happen. Neely Fuller really put it out there the way it's supposed to be. Everyone should be a leader of themselves. And if we can come to a collective consensus as a critical mass that something needs to be done, and we have a solution where we can collectively understand what that solution is and make moves towards changing the system, then that's fine. But as far as looking for that Messiah, I think that his presidency was proof positive that that is not the case. It will never be the case. And he was not elected. He was selected. And I believe that they did put him in office in order for him to be blamed for everything that happened prior to him getting there, blamed for everything that happened while he was in there, and then when they put the white supremacist Trump in office, it's going to make him look like the greatest thing that ever happened to the country, because all of those racists who did not facilitate any of the requests that President Obama had as far as trying to change the system in any way, shape, or form, they're going to acquiesce to Donald Trump because he's a white supremacist. So a lot of what he asked for, he'll probably get, and if it's stuff that is constructive for the majority of white people, then they're going to do it for him, which is what they did not have done for President Obama. And it's funny, I just saw an article that was titled that Donald Trump said he was going to put America first. And I thought about it, and when he's saying putting America first, he's speaking of white people. He's speaking of other white races. He's not speaking anything of non-white people whatsoever. And and it made me think of the meaning of the term American in the Noah's Webster Dictionary, which states that the term American was applied to the indigenous copper-colored people in the Americas and is now applied to Europeans and their descendants. So that version of the American, the one that refers to Europeans and their descendants, is exactly who he's speaking to. Thank you, and I'll mute my line.
We got disruption, a little bit of disruption. I'm trying to add one of our international callers. It was being troublesome. I'm going to make it, give it another shot here. Hopefully it will do correct.
Can I say something while you're working, Gus? Is anyone still on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Yep, I'm here too.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to share while he was connecting up the global audience. There was an interesting juxtapose. You know how they can split the TV, and on one half you saw a image of a black male who was saying goodbye. His eyes looked a little watery, and on the other side, because I have the sound turned down. I have the sound turned down so I can just like make my analysis of the images. On the other side, there was a white male who was sitting at a desk with a stern look on his face, in a lot of cases, that was signing documents. And what it looked like whatever this non-white black person was saying, he was eliminating. The white male was eliminating by just signing a series of papers. And based on the caption under where the white male was something along the line of signing executive orders, so to speak. And we do recall of him saying on a countless numbers of times that everything basically that this black male was suggesting, I'm going to eliminate. And the image looked just like what had been verbiage in the recent past. I just thought that was kind of interesting.
And may I say something? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Thanks, retired firefighter, for that, because I had my one ear plug in my ear listening to the program, and where I was looking at too, they had the split screen. And I'm gonna tell you, I thought the same thing. I didn't see the image that you say of the guy. I just saw like first President Obama speaking, then I saw him out in the crowd, and like you say, Trump, because sitting at this desk, signing these things, and all I could think of was, remember he said day one, executive orders, and I read something last night that they were saying that, they had some things set for him to sign. And as I was sitting up there looking at it, and as President Obama was going through that crowd at the Andrews Air Force Base, as he and his wife, they getting ready, they were going through the crowd, shaking hands and stuff. And actually, it's almost, even as I'm looking at the TV, it's almost like I couldn't see President Obama, but I could see Trump. And I'm sitting up here watching, him pick up these pens one by one and signing papers. They're laying them in front of him. And all I could think of, I said, well, I guess that's, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, is these executive orders that, we've been told about? And it just seems, it just seems so surreal, and I was looking at that and I'm like, man, it starts. It almost starts like immediately. Like, wow.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about the image of these protesters, because, like I said before, the exact same thing took place during the mid to late 60s, and there was a lot of young white people who was out in the streets protesting and getting their heads busted in, like in Chicago, getting their heads busted in, but one has to understand on what they were doing this for. Like I said, not to take baths, not to go to Vietnam, smoke all the drugs that I needed, wanted to smoke, that sort of thing. And in some cases, there were some blacks that was in the crowd. Bobby Seale was arrested. And put most of the blame on Bobby Seale in Chicago protests. To whereas there was this famous image of him in the courtroom because he wanted to speak up for himself and the judge wouldn't allow him to do it. They put a gag on him. They tied him up. They hog-tied him. Like the metaphor, almost hog-tied him to his feet. All you got to do is put it in your search engine on the computer, and you can see the image of this black male that they literally tied up. Tied up in the courtroom, tied his feet to the chair, hands behind his back and whatnot. And I can remember a rally, one of these type of rallies with these so-called radical white people, and David Hilliard, who was the chief of staff for the Black Panther Party, was sitting there, and he was getting agitated. Finally, he exploded because he figured it out. Just what I've been saying, he figured it out. All the things white people want to do, these so-called white radicals want to do, is not go to Vietnam, not go to Vietnam and not take baths and whatnot. And here, I'm have came to the point that our situation is much more fundamental than that. We talking about the global system of racism, white supremacy. I'm putting that in on what I figure on what he thought. He got pissed off and started throwing chairs and really getting upset with these so-called white people that they were and thought were allied to them. You know, and he started getting the reality on it. So, and I'm basically seeing history over again. Right. That's all. And they basically, and this happens. This happens in with a gang. A gang sometimes have readings about things, disagreement about things, and there's some rumbling going on, and maybe even some deaths in the process, and then finally they work it out and invest into that other group, that sort of thing. And a lot of those so-called white radicals are right now, as I'm speaking, are in positions of power in the world, right now. Exactly. Including one of them who was a presidential candidate. What's his name? The one who was called a communist. I've seen him several times in the different reports today. He ran against who?
Bernie Sanders.
Yes. I mean, he used the tag. Well, I marched with Dr. King. You know, as a metaphor. He just used it as a metaphor. To tell anybody who wants to speak on him about racism to shut the hell up. Like that's it. You know, it's the same thing when you suspect a white person is practicing racism and they say, well, my wife is a black person. You know, that sort of thing. That's supposed to shut you up. You know, as far as that's concerned. You know, so I mean, all you have to do is have an understanding of history, the history of racism, white supremacy, and have a good memory on it, because you study it over and over and over again, and you can look at things with clarity. Yeah. You can look at and study things with clarity. I always suggest that to other non-white people to do it, as opposed to being emotional, that sort of thing, or just speaking, quote unquote, and I'm gonna use the metaphor, speaking off the top of your head, whatever that means. You know, speaking without thinking, that sort of thing. And you see the stuff repeats itself. Yeah. They're throwing tear gas at white women right now. Yeah. You know, that sort of thing. I can remember this famous image of them pushing this middle-aged looking white woman into a quote unquote paddy wagon, and she was saying, "We shall overcome," you know, and they're shoving her into this paddy wagon, that sort of thing. So it's nothing new. You know, it's nothing new. They'll come back around and say, "Well, what do you want, dear?" Yeah. You know, that sort of thing. But
and let me just say this.
Hang on one second.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
And make sure I explain. I was trying to get one of our callers in the UK to give the international perspective, and it's the same difficulty. The Monday program, we had the black female in North Carolina who was having the housing terrorism, where for some reason it was really troublesome adding her to the program line, and it would connect me, but it would not be where the program line was picking up the audio from her call, or even myself, even though it would still show us as being connected, and my line would still be there on the program. So I don't know what that issue is, and particularly since just Sunday, same week, 5 days ago, we did the Global Sunday Talk on Racism, and I think we had about 7 people on my line, and it was no problem. Worked flawlessly. We didn't have a whole lot of issues or disconnections, what have you. Worked flawlessly, and then within 24 hours, you know, it became a very troublesome thing to just add one person to the line. So, usual suspects on that. I'll continue to try, because I did want to get some of our folks that are outside the states their assessment, what they thought originally, what they think now, and how this is being covered around the world. So I'll continue to try. I think that would be good to add to this as well. If other folks have commentary they would like to share, again, we should be on for still have hours to go. If you have commentary, the number is 641-715-3640. And the code is, they said context. They said context. 641-715-3640. The code is 564-943#. Press star 6 if you would like to participate. If we have any folks in the D.C. area, definitely chime in. Let us know what's going down in your part of the world. Also, they've shown better images of the protesters from what I've seen over the last 5 minutes. It's like overwhelmingly white. The people that are that they've shown on the CNN footage, overwhelmingly white from what they have been showing, and I guess they haven't got started with the actual parade, so I guess that'll get going. I know in 2012 when Obama was reelected, at that parade they had Frederick Douglass and just a lot of wackiness going down during that one. I have no idea what this one will look like. So if anything kooky happens, we'll cut away and add some live coverage also. Did other folks have commentary? Anybody we missed or other people that had things they wanted to share?
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. As I pointed out, I'm a very new listener to the program and very confused for a long time and still trying to get a better understanding of white supremacy. So for me, personally, even given all the negative images and statements and the problems that black people have unfortunately continued to experience, perhaps they are worse during the time that Obama has been president, but for me personally, it has been constructive, and I think without his presidency, I think the chances of me having remained extremely confused, like most of us, would have been very high. So I probably would have been, I don't know, I think I would have been much more confused. So all the things that have happened throughout the last 8 years, the election in 2008, 12, and just moving forward, there's so many things that have happened, whether they were in the White House, impacting the president or the first lady, or the many events that you have talked about on the program with the listeners in the years during the time that he has been in office. I'm just looking at all those events and made it clear or obvious to me that it doesn't matter how many degrees you have, how intelligent you may seem, how well dressed you are, if you are black, even if you're the president of the United States. It has no bearing on how you're going to be treated as a black person. And I don't think I would have gotten that message without this presidency. So even though it can be difficult to see all the negative images, I'm pretty clear at this point on how we can expect to be treated. Because I'm one of those people who thought that if you just went to school and got all the fancy degrees and went to all the best schools, you're going to be treated very well. All we have to do as black people is get educated, get our act together, and white supremacy will be over. And now I know that is completely untrue. So personally, very constructive to me.
Wow. I'm glad to hear that. The caller also that said I think that was our mom in the Bay Area who said she enjoyed Gwen Eiffel's book because she got to learn a lot more details about folks that she didn't know about and further enhance her understanding of white supremacy, racism. But and I have heard other people make similar comments, just seeing the way that the Obamas have been treated for the past 8 years. And I mean, wow, the explosive rise in gun sales just based on the Obamas. They call that the Obama effect, I think. And the congressman yelling, we'll have some of that too. Audio clips to come. But yeah, I can definitely understand the logic of that. If it helped people get a better understanding of racism, fantastic. We had a caller wrote in. I wanted to make sure I shared her commentary as well. This is our lovely caller in Michigan, black female caller in Michigan. She said, I'm thrilled. She put that in all caps, bold face print. that former President Barack Obama is no longer in office. His presidency contributed to my confusion, and I did vote for him both terms. The only benefit I found of him being in office and his beautiful black family was that they always, in my opinion, demonstrated class and dignity throughout his term. No matter how tacky and trashy white people acted, the Obamas always handled themselves with respect. They demonstrated black love, which is indeed a revolutionary act, Pam, and always portrayed that of a loving black family, which is something that non-white people, black people, need to see. Kudos to the Obamas for demonstrating to the best of their ability black self-respect and black love. Over the years, it became crystal clear to me that former President Barack Obama was not the warden, and he just had a title that caused major confusion for non-whites. I heard lots of discussion with non-white blacks in the Detroit area who wanted, hoped, and even prayed that he would pardon Kwame Kilpatrick. I hope Trump's presidency will allow non-white people to see more clearly who our open enemies are and how things have not changed and are getting worse. As I type this in the law firm where I work, I sit next to a tacky, trashy white female who has an American flag purse and scarf on today. She brought a bottle of Jack Daniels. I'm babysitting a mimosa. She went straight to the whiskey. That is doing it big. Not sure if it's opened or not, into the office. She put on her Donald Trump 2017 Make America Great Again calendar so everyone who walks by her cubicle can see it and is in what I would say the happiest mood I've seen her in since I've started working here. Ugh. The saga continues. Indeed, it does. That is our caller in Michigan. Fantastic observations and commentary. We have audio galore. I put in, as I said, I've been preparing for the program for a long time. Dr. Welsing, number 2. This is Dr. Welsing. We were reading at the time President Obama's autobiography, Dreams from My Father, which has many, many fascinating passages. So I read a passage from the autobiography to Dr. Welsing, which deals with quote-unquote biracial people, non-white people who have a white parent and a non-white parent like the president, former president. And Dr. Welsing talked about that, and she talked about it within the context of Obama and then just within the greater context of racism, white supremacy. But this is from 2012, the late third-generation general and child psychiatrist, author of the ISIS Papers, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Great commentary to add to this day with the transition to new president, Donald J. Trump. Context of White Supremacy. Context of White Supremacy. Again, our guest, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. I wanted to touch on one of the points you raised surrounding President Obama. When I spoke with you yesterday, I was sharing that you have told us repeatedly reading is more important than watching television. And in that spirit, we've been doing study groups, kind of a book club every Friday evening. We've done quite a few books at this point. The book that we're on right now is Our President, 44th, Dreams from My Father, President Obama's autobiography. And I was telling you yesterday that some portions of it, he seems to be a little bit less confused. And this paragraph, I wanted to read it, get your thoughts on it. President Obama, he writes in the context of this segment, he is having a
What page are you on?
I have the PDF, so my pages don't match up to the paperback, but it's in chapter 4.
Okay.
Chapter 4, he's having a conversation with a non-white female. Her name is Joyce, and apparently she's quote-unquote mixed race. She has a white parent and a non-white parent.
So she's non-white.
Correct. And so President Obama, he gives his response to hearing her talk about being quote-unquote mixed race. He writes, They. That was the problem with people like Joyce. They talked about the richness of their multicultural heritage, and it sounded real good until you noticed that they avoided black people. It wasn't a matter of conscious choice necessarily, just a matter of gravitational pull, the way integration always worked, a one-way street. The culture could be the minority assimilated into the dominant culture, not the other way around. Only white culture could be neutral and objective. Only white culture could be non-racial, willing to adopt the occasional exotic into its ranks. Only white culture had individuals, and we, the half-breeds and the college-degreed, take a survey of the situation and think to ourselves, why should we get lumped in with the losers if we don't have to? We become only so grateful to lose ourselves in the crowd, America's happy, faceless marketplace. And we're never so outraged as when a cabbie drives past us, or the fact that, we're never so outraged as when a cabbie drives past us, or the woman in the elevator clutches her purse. Not so much because we're bothered by the fact that such indignities are what less fortunate coloreds have to put up with every single day of their lives, although that's what we tell ourselves, but because we're wearing a Brooks Brothers suit and speak impeccable English, and yet have somehow been mistaken for an ordinary nigger. Chapter 4 from Dreams from My Father. Thoughts on that passage?
Well, I think it's absolutely wonderful. Give the president an A+ for that segment of that chapter. In other words, he's talking about the reality of what takes place in a system of racism and white supremacy. And when a white person engages in sexual relations with a non-white person in that system, it is not solving the problem. It is creating a problem and creating a person with a lot of conflict on the inside. At least the president has been able to articulate what some people escape talking about. And as the system attempts to, right now, during formal slavery, the system had made so-called mixed race, first-generation mixed race, by slave masters raping African women. And so the current mixed race, what is being fostered is black men and white women, so that you are producing an offspring. In slavery, the mother would be black, and the mother would pass on psychologically to the child, you're black. But when the mother is white, in a system of white supremacy, she's telling the child, you're not black. Which every black man who's with a white woman, when the woman tells the offspring, you're not black, he should understand what she's saying about what she thinks about black. You see, if she says to a non-white child, you're not black, and they're black people that are of exactly the same shade, whatever the shade of that particular black child is, you're not black, then she is saying black is not good. And it's a tragedy that you're not all white. So then you put that person in some role, and what kind of role are they going to play? Because they have been taught by their mother to hate themselves as a black person. But that's a requirement under the dynamic of racism, white supremacy.
President Obama, he talks about skin bleed. In fact, he has another passage where I would give him an A+, where he talks about he's in the doctor's office and he sees a magazine where a black person has used a bleaching cream and bleached the pigment out of their skin, and he said it frightened him, and then it made him angry, and then he wanted information. He had questions about why this was happening, and he said that his white mom, she used to tell him about being proud to be a black person and telling him all this history about all the wonderful things black people had done, and she used to brag about how attractive Harry Belafonte was. But he said just seeing that image of the black person bleaching their skin, he knew that there was something that he had not been told. He was missing pieces to the puzzle. It's a fascinating passage. What would your response be to black people? And I feel like we've discussed this before, but it's heated up more just because it's election time. What would your response be to the black people who say, well, there are black people who do help out racist man and racist woman, and I am not going to support them or think, hey, this person is still a teammate of mine, even though they are confused or even though they're helping out racist man, racist woman. They look at President Obama and they say his policies haven't really helped black people. He's not really talking about racism, white supremacy. He's not really doing anything to erode this system. I'm not a fan of his, and I'm not going to support him just because he's non-white black male. What would your response be?
Well, now, see, just think about that. The person who is saying that, what are they doing about the system of racism, white supremacy? I mean, President Obama is doing what any black person in that position is doing. Any black person who works for a person who classifies him or herself as white is not doing their own thing. Any black person who is made the CEO of a company, they can't bring in all kind of black people and help other black people. Now, President Obama has done a number of things that will be helpful to black people. The money he's given to the historically black colleges, and the jobs that are being developed, and the health care. Black people are benefiting from that. But he is not able to do any more than any other black person. Like Neely Fuller says, if not him, who? You? What other black person could have a job as the top person in the White House who could solve all of black people's problem in the context of a system of racism, white supremacy? He himself is catching hell. He himself has to deal with death threats, threats to his wife, threats to his children. So no, understand the system of racism, white supremacy. It's just like every black person. If a black person comes along and says, I'm not subject to racism, white supremacy, then they can go in the supermarket, fill their cart up, and pass the cashier. Don't try to sneak out the door. Pass the cashier and say, this is a part of my reparations. I'm not paying for it. Or when they get to a stoplight, don't stop. Keep going. Forget the rules of the system of racism, white supremacy that has traffic lights and laws that say that you can't fill your cart up and push on past the cashier and walk out of the store. So President Obama is a victim of racism, white supremacy, just like all of us. And he is not going to transform the situation of racism, white supremacy by himself. Pray God that he gets a fourth term, and that every self-respecting black person knows that he is representing us. And if somebody says they want to make him fail, definitely know that that's any one of us, and be determined out of black self-respect. No, I'm going to do my part to help this one black man do the best that he can. And I'm going to help myself do the best that I can, and I'm going to help any other black person do the best that they can that is within my framework, as opposed to being programmed to be envious and jealous of each other because they're just a few crumbs that are being dropped around, and to hate one another and to fight one another. See, we have to become aware of all of that and how that works.
Damn you, Obama.
Her message came to embrace black people generally. She would come home with books on the civil rights movement, the recordings of Mahalia Jackson, the speeches of Dr. King. When she told me stories of school children in the South who were forced to read books handed down from wealthier white schools, but who went on to become doctors and lawyers and scientists, I felt chastened by my reluctance to wake up and study in the mornings. If I told her about the goose-stepping demonstrations my Indonesian Boy Scout troop performed in front of the president, she might mention a different kind of march, a march of children no older than me, a march for freedom. Every black man was Thurgood Marshall or Sidney Poitier, every black woman Fannie Lou Hamer or Lena Horne. To be black was to be the beneficiary of a great inheritance, a special destiny, glorious burdens that only we were strong enough to bear. Burdens we were to carry with style. More than once, my mother would point out, Harry Belafonte is the best-looking man on the planet. It was in this context that I came across the picture in Life magazine of the black man who had tried to peel off his skin. I imagine other black children, then and now, undergoing similar moments of revelation. Perhaps it comes sooner for most. The parents' warning not to cross the boundaries of a particular neighborhood, or the frustration of not having hair like Barbie no matter how long you tease and comb, or the tale of a father's or grandfather's humiliation at the hands of an employer or a cop, overheard while you're supposed to be asleep. Maybe it's easier for a child to receive the bad news in small doses, allowing for a system of defenses to build up, although I suspect I was one of the luckier ones, having been given a stretch of childhood free from self-doubt. I know that seeing that article was violent for me, an ambush attack. My mother had warned me about bigots. They were ignorant, uneducated people that one should avoid. If I could not yet consider my own mortality, Lolo had helped me understand the potential of disease to cripple, of accidents to maim, of fortunes to decline. I could correctly identify common greed or cruelty in others, and sometimes even in myself. But that one photograph had told me something else, that there was a hidden enemy out there, one that could reach me without anyone's knowledge, not even my own. When I got home that night from the embassy library, I went into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror, with all my senses and limbs seemingly intact, looking as I had always looked, and wondered if something was wrong with me. The alternative seemed no less frightening, that the adults around me lived in the midst of madness. The initial flush of anxiety would pass, and I would spend my remaining year in Indonesia much as I had before. I retained a confidence that was not always justified, and an irrepressible talent for mischief. But my vision had been permanently altered. On the imported television shows that had started running in the evenings in Indonesia, I began to notice that Cosby never got the girl on I Spy, that the black man on Mission Impossible spent all his time underground. I noticed that there was nobody like me in the Sears Roebuck Christmas catalog that Toot and Gramps sent to us, and that Santa was a white man. I kept these observations to myself, deciding that either my mother didn't see them, or she was trying to protect me, and that I shouldn't expose her efforts as having failed. I still trusted my mother's love, but I faced the prospect that her account of the world, and my father's place in it, was somehow incomplete.
Context of Context of White Supremacy. Thought we had our caller in the UK on with us. I think he got dropped out. I'm going to try and get him back in, but that was Dr. Welsing. Great commentary against context. But that was Dr. Welsing again a couple days before the 2012 presidential election. And then you heard the segment where President Obama reading his own autobiography, Dreams from My Father. That is in the archives. We read the whole book. Unfortunately, that is the only book that we read that is abridged, meaning they edited out significant portions of the text, and a lot of it from what I remember, and we tried to add back as best we could some of the portions that were important that they took out. But be that as it may, you can go back in the archives and listen to our reading of the whole book. It does have many, many interesting moments about racism, white supremacy. That is one of the more profound moments from the book. While we wait to see if we can get our international caller back with us, other folks who are on the line, do y'all have commentary either from the segment from the book, anything else that has evolved with the protests or the parade, or the commentary from Dr. Welsing? You should be with us. Let's see, I'm going to try. I think our international caller is with us, back with us now. I'm going to try and see if he's there. Let's see. Frank Fanon, are you with us, sir? Are you with us, Frank Fanon? Are you with us? Not here. We'll keep working to see if we can get him on with us as well. Other folks, everybody who has a hand up, line should be open. Do y'all have commentary? Yes, to Frank Fanon. I don't know if you have configured your sound settings to make sure where your mic is going so that it can pick up your sound and all that. I guess you could check those because your line should be open. Apparently he can hear us, but we're not hearing him. While we get that figured, other folks that are with us have commentary they want to share?
May I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just a quick thing. When you were first trying to get on the international caller and the retired firefighter was on it, and he was talking about, some of the protesters, and like he was saying back in the 60s that, here you had these protesters and they were just, protesting because they didn't want to take baths. They didn't want to go to Vietnam. And he talked about how David Hilliard, who at one time I think was the press secretary for the Black Panther Party, and he said he was sitting in the court at somebody's trial, and I guess he figured out. And I'm just saying because, looking at today, the stuff that was going on and the protesters, then they dragged some, trash cans and things to the middle of the street and they set it on fire. And so next thing you know, you see all the people running around. So it's almost kind of like people playing for cameras, to come up and take pictures. And, when you call yourself out there protesting, it just seems like you should have some reason why you're out there protesting other than just out there. And I say all that to say this. Tomorrow they're going to have that woman's march. And I had made up my mind because a couple of weeks ago it was on Facebook and somebody was asking about, when they were asking about black women, are they going to go to the march? And I remember I made a comment. My comment was, if black women had any sense, none of us would be going there because I'm like, this started out basically the white women that lost, that 47%, that didn't vote for Trump, that lost, and so they're upset. And so I'm looking at, black women who are running and just thinking about what the retired firefighter said, and I'm like, black women, what are you going there for? What those white women are protesting about and what you may think that you have the protest. I mean, we have many reasons to protest. It's just two totally different things. And I guess what I'm saying is, we run to jump on sometimes these bandwagons. And then, you find out, and sometimes we find out in the worst sort of ways, this isn't even about us, And I just think because this is all a part, they're upset Trump, won, and things like that. But I'm just like, and I also think, though, too, like the young lady said about President Obama, and, she said the things that him being there showed her. And I just think, too, that, unfortunately, with him being there, many of us, and this is oxymoron, well, maybe not, but just kind of like fell asleep, or we got comfortable or stayed comfortable and in a position. So now it's almost like I'm almost kind of fearful that now we start running just to be a part of something, thinking that it's going to help us when I just don't think that it is. So that's why I said today, looking at these protesters, I'm glad I wasn't seeing, many black faces, because we run to these things. And then next thing is, I don't know if you said it or something I was reading, that by the time they report it, it's going to be, look what these black people did, and wasn't that many black people out there. So I just wanted to say that. It was just kind of like a piggyback on what retired firefighter was saying. Thank you.
Can I be heard? Oh, go ahead. I'll wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am. If ladies first. If you had something that you wanted to say right now, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Brief. In listening to the clip of President Obama's book, the part that he narrated that we just heard, I'll say that although he talks about his realization that he's black and that his mother might be trying to shield him from all that means, it doesn't necessarily mean that he sees black people as victims of racism and white supremacy. So in no way, shape, or form, I totally agree with Dr. Welsing, and, he's doing his job, doing the best that he can, victim of racism and white supremacy, BGQ. But a lot of non-white people, black people, feel that it's black people's fault that we are in the situation, in the predicament that we're in. And I think I didn't listen to every speech that he ever said, but from what I have heard, it doesn't seem that he seems to view us as victims of racism and white supremacy. And so I kind of slightly agree with, there was some gentleman in the clip before who said that he should advocate for black people not just because he's black, but because he's the president. And I think that there's a little bit of truth to that. The responsibility of whoever part of the job is to, ideally, when outside, I guess, within the context of racism and white supremacy, no. The job of the presidency is to make sure that white people's agenda is met and white people are happy and get what they want. But ideally, in a democratic situation, which is what we're told this is, it should be to protect the citizens. That's what a government is supposed to do, protect the citizens, provide for the citizens, and so forth. But if you view those citizens as being the cause of their own oppression, then you're not necessarily going to feel like you have to do anything for them. And I only say that because when we look at the strides that the so-called feminist or women's movement has made in his presidency, when we look at the leaps and bounds that the so-called gay community has made during his presidency, these are groups that were so-called oppressed by some, majority, and they were able to get things that supported and protected them because it was viewed that they're not the cause of their own suffering and their own oppression. And so I will admit, I guess it's more like a little bit of anxiety that, for real, Trump is about to be president. White people are gleefully happy about this. And, who knows what this is going to look like. I'm out here in Virginia, so I feel like it's just going to get worse and worse and worse with the outright, outrageous, blunt racism in my face. But we'll see. At the same time, though, I'm happy that he can also have some peace of mind and go ahead, and perhaps now he's far less confused, or who knows, maybe he'll even stumble on the couch, who knows. But I think that he is no more or less confused than the majority of us are. And I have to commend Dr. Welsing on that analysis, that it is different when a black male and white female get together and have a baby than when a black female and a white male get together and have a baby. How that baby views themselves, and what the mother is going to be teaching that child. And without a doubt, it's irrefutable, President or then President, Barack Obama has a white mother, viewed himself as a special black person. And when even though you can see truth, it doesn't automatically create a paradigm shift. Behavior patterns have to be, you have to continuously enact your new behavior patterns, have new behavior patterns. So just because you see something one time doesn't mean that it's new, like it's who you are now. And just based off of some of the ways that things were said, I'm not so sure that he really views us as we really, really are and the condition that we're really, really in. But that's all for now, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I lost my internet connection for a moment, but should be back and rolling. That was a little wacky. It's a little rare for the whole internet to just be lost, but reconnected. People that were listening at TuneIn, or if you were listening at Black Talk Radio Network or wherever else streaming the content, if you just refresh your page, it should be working there. Or if you're on the phone, then you probably didn't have a problem to begin with. Other folks have commentary they would like to share. If you have a hand up, you should be with us.
I just wanted to add something to what the last young lady mentioned around what President Obama and former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama, what they might do after they leave White House. And I think she mentioned maybe they're as confused, perhaps. And I can remember in your archives, Gus, Dr. Welsing, I believe it's in your archives, she mentioned that she sent the ISIS papers. I'm not sure if she mentioned sending Neely Fuller's books, but she mentioned sending the ISIS papers in a really nicely wrapped box to the White House. She didn't know, of course, if the president had ever gotten it, and she was hoping he had read it. So when I heard that in your archives, I've always been thinking in the back of my mind, did he ever get it? Is he going to read it? Just because that, obviously, if he ever did get it and read it, perhaps if he is confused, because I think we just don't know. That might be an opportunity for him to learn. So, and to point that out.
That was at her final Welsing Institute lecture, where she talked about having, which is in the archives, but where she talked about mailing him a nice package with her book in it. I wouldn't even be surprised if he had heard of her work before. That seems like the type of book that Reverend Jeremiah Wright would have had at his church. I know people who attended his church said that he had Mr. Fuller's code book there, so it would seem reasonable that he might have also had a copy of the ISIS papers. I think we have Frank Bernard, our caller in England. We were able to figure it out. Are you with us, sir, Frank Bernard?
Yeah, I'm here. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, crystal clear.
Okay, cool, good. Yep.
Did you have observations, commentary you wanted to share on newly inaugurated Donald J. Trump, or the farewell to the Obamas?
I mean, I've only just joined in, so I don't know. I think most people would have probably said everything I wanted to say, but I guess I'll just say that Trumpy, he's like the culmination of this kind of deep-seated kind of anti-blackness that has been sort of brewing since Obama got elected in 2008, and white folks seeing his election as a sort of absolving of their sins, as it were, and now they feel like things can go back to how it should be with a white man in the White House. I think that's like the significance of Trump becoming president. In terms of Barack Obama, I think he's done a good job of sort of soothing everybody, really, whilst they prepare us for Trump. I don't know what else to add to that. I mean, I see a lot of white people being really upset on Facebook and online in general about about Donald Trump being president, especially today with his inauguration. I mean, I think those are just crocodile tears. Really, I think deeply they have no issues with a Donald Trump presidency. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll listen to what others are saying, and then I'll chime in as the conversation goes on. But that's all I have to add for now.
Definitely appreciate that. Glad to get your thoughts, observations in. Other folks, if you have commentary, the number again, 641-715-3640. And the code is 564-943#. Press *6 if you would like to participate. I'm going to retweet and post it on Facebook so people know that we're on, since we're on so much earlier than we normally are. Let them know that we're on, and they can call in if they want to share their thoughts, observations, reflections on former President Obama's time in the White House. Make sure I get in some of our other memorable moments from the past 8 years. We have had some just absolutely phenomenal moments where listeners have dialed in. In fact, this segment right here, this, in my view, great example of why I'm so excited that President Obama is leaving, that all of this will be gone, at least directed at the White House. I think racists, they know the amount of anti-blackness that they have infected us with. That is a deliberate action in terms of racism, white supremacy, to condition us to despise and just be combative and hostile to other black people. So I feel like a lot of this has been greatly encouraged by the system, but I'll be very glad that this is over and I will not have to hear any of this anymore. All of this is not from moments on the cows, but we have had more than our share of folks dial in over the past 8 years to gripe and grumble about former President Barack Obama. So these are some of just moments through the cows over the past 8 years that we have had disgruntled with former President Barack Obama.
Okay, as far as Gus talking about Obama, about disgruntled people getting all their anger and frustration out on this president, consider me one of those. I know that Obama's not in charge, but the fact is that he has gone along with this program, and he knew in the beginning that he was going to be doing this to his people. I don't have any love for him. And as far as Pam's analogy, that time of comparing him to a car or a horse or whatever, a car is an inanimate object. It doesn't have any feelings or whatever. Obama knows exactly what the hell he was doing when he signed up for this job. He knew he was going to be in a position where he was going to be mistreating his people. A lot of non-white people, a lot of non-black people with white parents are like that, and I don't forgive him, and I just don't like him, and and if that is a bad thing, I really don't care, because that's just the way I feel about him. I just think he's scum. And if I was his wife, I would be ashamed to be married to him. I mean, wow. It just makes me angry. I mean, I expect this crap from white folks, but I mean, from somebody that's supposed to be even part black and doing this to their people and knowing that they were set up to do this crap, and the way he was acting at Mendiza's funeral, Mendiba's funeral, the way he was taking selfies with those white people and stuff, laughing. I mean, to me, it's just no good.
Damn you, Obama.
Well, one, I think that it's morally obscene and spiritually profane to spend $6 billion on an election, $2 billion on a presidential election, and not have any serious discussion. Poverty, trade unions being pushed against the wall, dealing with stagnating and declining wages when profits are still up and the 1% are doing very well. No talk about drones dropping bombs on innocent people. So we end up with such a narrow, truncated political discourse as the major problems: ecological catastrophe,
climate change, global warming. So it's very sad. I mean, I'm glad there was not a right-wing takeover. But we end up with a Republican, a Rockefeller Republican in blackface with Barack Obama. So that our struggle in regard to poverty intensifies.
That's a pretty rough assessment of President Obama.
Oh, that's what we have. That's what we have. Richard Nixon is to the left of him on health care. Richard Nixon's to the left of him on guaranteed income. And the same policies in terms of imperial foreign policy is at work. And so I was glad to see that Romney didn't win. We pushed back a right-wing takeover. We've got a right-wing mentality. Cut, cut, cut. Austerity, austerity, austerity. Where is the serious talk about investment and jobs, fighting the privatizing of education, and the empowerment of trade unions? And so our battle is just beginning. We have yet to take off the gloves, and we've been fighting intensely.
President Obama said to Harry Belafonte, according to Harry, "Why don't you and Cornel West cut me some slack?" And Cornel and Harry Belafonte responded, "What makes you think we're not?"
That's exactly right.
Damn you, Obama.
It's just a really sad thing to see this man constantly castrated.
I agree with you. He's the only thing that I would personally add is that's the role he's playing. And he is not, in my opinion, the classic victim of a good-intentioned person who is somehow caught up in the maelstrom of white supremacy. He is a willing participant and player, and he knows his role. He also knows the rules of the game in terms of a black man, and that includes not saying anything about black people or supporting black people. So my sympathies are very limited for what he's going through. I do agree with you that he's serving as a surrogate of some kind, as a scapegoat, but he is fully aware of that because he's been groomed for a long time. He knows what his role is. He is not some innocent, helpless person that just stumbled into the presidency. That's all I'm saying is that, the whole thing with Sarah Palin and all of these participants, McCain and all of that, that's all staged. They attack Barack Obama to get a reaction. They do whatever they do. It's all staged, in my opinion.
May I speak, please? May I speak? Speak. Hello?
We can hear you.
It's King Simon.
Oh, hi.
Hi, greetings. Let's not be fooled, people. This is war. He is the epitome of white America. And he said himself, and this is a bloodline thing, he said it, you can Google up himself, he is related to Dick Cheney. He's an 8th cousin. He's a bloodline.
That's right.
One of their old presidents, Roosevelt, says nothing happens in the government that is not planned.
That's right.
Let's not be fooled. I don't care if he's being castrated, whatever. He has been put there for a reason. Don't even you're getting soft on me here. He is there for a reason, and he's a related person to that family through his mother.
Right.
Let's not be fooled.
Did you, Mr. King Simon? Did you also hear that he was related to Warren Buffett?
Yeah, all of them are bloodlines. This is money bloodlines. They marry into each other. Let's not play games with this. It goes all the way to the Queen of England. That's how deep it is.
You're right.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar with Black Agenda Report?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay.
Forward.
Right. And I think the guest that was on today, he's affiliated with them in some way. I've been going to that website for a while. I stopped though for a couple of months back because of the criticism that they were laying on Obama, that he has so much power and he was doing all these incorrect things, and it just seemed to me to be a big lack of understanding of the power dynamic. So I think with the guest and with Black Agenda Report, I think that's key, is understanding. I mean, you're gonna waste time talking about Barack Obama. That just seems like a lack of understanding who's really in power. And I just find that just a waste of time.
I, like you,
am very proud that a black man sits in the White House. But I also understand very clearly, and we should understand that it is the White House.
We're so elated, we celebrated like Obama waited until his last day in office to tell the nation brothers is getting their reparations. Hey, a man can dream, can he? No disrespect in terms of change, I haven't seen any. Maybe he had good intentions but was stifled by the system and was sad to learn he actually couldn't bring any. That's what I get for thinking this world is fair. They let a brother steer the ship and never told him that the ship was sinking.
Every black person's walking up down the street acting like I have a secret. I know something that the rest of you black people don't know. I'm on the inside track. Everybody shamming. Everybody putting on a false face. In the code book, I describe us as the pitiful people. That is the term that best describes us. All of us are pitiful, meaning worthy of pity. And should ask for it from the people who are not in a pitiful position, and that would be the white supremacists. And don't be ashamed to do it, because that's where we are. We have invisible chains, but they are there. We're just like we were when we were on the slave ship, collectively. And that's from here to Nigeria, to the Congo, to Morocco, to Brazil, to wherever you find black people, you find people who are worthy of pity.
You feel President Obama is included in that? He's worthy of pity?
That is the title, according to what I've written in the book, and I think it's true, based on evidence, that fits every black person on the planet. Just because you're wearing a suit and tie, sitting behind a big polished desk and have a lot of comfort, doesn't say that you're not pitiful. Compared to what? Compared to where you should be. We're subject people. We're victims of racism, regardless of who we are. If you're black, you're a victim of racism. You're subject to the white supremacists. The white supremacists are running an evil system. So when you're subject to an evil system, you're in a pitiful condition. Just on that alone. Just because you're riding around in a fancy car doesn't keep you from being in a pitiful condition.
I was curious because you're in the D.C. area, and I just saw in the newspaper less than a week ago that there were a lot of, it looked like mostly black males, but a lot of black people in D.C., and they were upset with President Obama and saying that they were making demands. I caught that word specifically. They said they were making demands that he do things that they wanted and help black people, non-white people. Very upset with him. Did you see all of that, and did you have a view on the black people who were upset with President Obama?
No, but I knew it was going to happen the first time I heard President Obama's name as being a person who was a candidate for president.
You knew black people were going to get angry.
Well, you always know that. Black people themselves know that. Man, I hope he gets it so I can throw some rocks at him. I got to throw rocks at somebody. I can't stand my condition. I can't stand me. I don't want to hurt me, so I'm going to hurt him as soon as he get in position to get hurt. If President Obama would step down tomorrow, black people would be accusing him of doing that. He said, well, if you say that I'm not doing what I should do, I quit. Quit? Now you're going to complain about that. See, black people go through life always looking for some other black person to complain about.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because it covers up our own individual weaknesses. It's easy to do. One of the easiest things in the world to do, a sport enjoyed by all. Just can't wait for a black person to get elected, because we got a pile of rocks to throw at him the day that he gets inaugurated. And we know that that's what we're planning on doing. It's not like, we're taken by surprise that nothing happened, that we didn't get any goodies. We know we're not going to get nothing, because we know where goodies come from. Mr. Obama is not in position to hand out anything to black people, period. And we already know that, but we like to pretend that we don't know that. We know that. We know that he has to ask white people to help him to help black people. And if the white people don't want to do it, the help ain't going to happen, period. Now, we know this. We've been knowing this. By the time we get to be about 20 years old, we know it for sure.
Can I slip a question in real quick?
Yes, sir.
Do you think a significant number of non-white people are really confused about the fact that President Obama is not in charge and that he cannot do anything that the most powerful white people do not allow him to do? Do you think a significant number of us are really confused about that and really think, he's president, he's in charge?
I don't know what the percentage is, but I think most black people know that President Obama cannot tell white people what to do. No more than they can. He can ask, but you can ask. I can ask. That's why if I hear some white person, and I'll do it because the code requires me to do it, some white person complaining about what Obama's doing, I'll just simply say, well, why don't you do it? You got more power than he has, because he doesn't have any power except the power that comes from you. And you're standing right next to me. So I don't ask Obama for nothing. I'm asking you. Why should I go to him when everything that he gets it from you? So if I want it, I ask you. Yeah, that's what you tell Brian right there on the job. Wow. And Brian will say, like he most likely was set up to say, I don't have nothing myself. Say, yeah, well, but you know people who do, because they live next door to you.
Wow.
I can't reach them. You can.
We just had...
You're talking about your granddaddy. See, that's what you tell Brian. Yeah.
Context of White Supremacy, the great Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. ProduceJustice.com. Woof! It's almost, I hadn't thought of it, but the Obama presidency is a pretty good representation of the cows. Like, we came back on the air just literally, I think about 2 weeks or so after he was inaugurated. So our tenure has closely coincided with his presidency. So we have a lot of material covering things that have happened during his time in office. It was just going back and looking through the archives. It was something. There's so many things I didn't play that would have been equally noteworthy to point out. I'll open the lines up for all the people that are on. If you have commentary on what you just heard, if you heard yourself in there, again, sending energy and well wishes to Pam. She was in there. RacismWS.com. RacismWS.com. Black Love is a Revolutionary Act. The Interracial Con Game. Trojan Horse Death of a Dark Nation. Hopefully she'll be feeling great ready to roll, and we can get her back on the program, get back on the counter-racist grind. Folks that have commentary you would like to share, again, if you heard yourself or have commentary on the audio, feel free. If you have a hand up, your line should be open.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Gus, I'm not sure if I heard myself. For the last hour, I was assuming a responsibility as the receptionist, so I couldn't keep my earpiece in because the phone kept ringing. But I'm quite sure you have commentary of me making negative statements about the president, the former president, and if I did, I won't say I apologize, but for going forward, he is simply going to be another victim. However, as the president, he was in a pretty prominent position, even though his power was limited. It was very prevalent that he couldn't do anything to help us. It just felt like he could have said something. You could at least express, grab your, and say something once. But now he's not in there anymore. The enemy is now Donald Trump, and it is what it is. I had a few things that I wrote down here that I felt like I wanted to add. One of them was, do you think it would be constructive for us to do a book study session on one of Trump's books? I know he has a few. I'm not sure if they pertain. I'm pretty sure they don't pertain to racism directly, but I'm quite sure that if they're written by him, they have a lot of racism in it. And I just wanted to know if you thought that would be constructive. What I wanted to say, I hear this on a few people that call into the cows and other shows. They call the president the CEO, and I don't agree with that. I always call them the administrative directors, not the executive directors, because no one can get to that position without people, very powerful and rich people, putting them there and supporting them. I think that one of the clips you read, it was they raised $2 billion for an election. There's no black person gonna be able to raise that kind of money without white people. Impossible. I wanted to make a clarification that the news and a lot of people are making, and I just wanted to know if you had any or any of the guests had any reasons why they do this. But they keep saying that Trump is the 45th president, and essentially he's the 44th president. They also said that Obama was the 44th president when he was the 43rd president. And I just want to know if you had any reasons why you think that why they did that, why they're doing that. As far as Obama's executive orders, those all go under the Lieber codes. If anyone wanted to look that up, LIEBR codes. That's what executive orders are. And I think that, if you look it up, you should have some questions to ask. So, now, to the seriousness of this presidency of Obama, I think that I said on the show before that white people, they spew a lot of information, things that are used to keep the system in formation. And I think that Obama's being a mixed race black person, not a 100% black person, was all the information that was needed, regardless of what came out his mouth. When white people saw him, what they saw was genetic annihilation, what it would look like, what a post-racial America would look like, and that gave them the incentive to be even more dedicated to practicing racism over the last 8 years. And I'm quite sure that everyone will say that there's been a serious upheaval in racist activity over the last 8 years. I wanted to add an observation that this is something that I'm going out on a limb and saying, just based off of what I'm seeing in the news. I think that they are setting up his next opponent to be Mr. de Blasio. For some reason, I just just keep seeing him pop up, and he seems to be very much against Mr. Trump, and it just seems like they're putting him in a position to be able to run against him, and with his family, maybe like Obama, be able to garner the 90+% of the black vote that they'll need to defeat Mr. Trump in the near future. The Skip Gates incident, I think that was brought up. Mr. DNA hoax, Skip Gates. I just wanted to say that I think that was the beginning of the end for Mr. Obama, President Obama. Everyone had a lot of faith and hope, I think, at that time. And when he made those statements and ended up at the end of the day just having a beer summit, just more of the same, appeasing, making the white guy the victim. I think that was a huge step to what was to come, and that happened pretty early in his presidency. And once again, it's no way that a community organizer from the country's most dysfunctional community becomes the president, and he doesn't have a lot of white people funding him. I wanted to say these protests, they're not organic. If people Google the Purple Revolution, you will see that this is something that's happened quite often over the last, I say, 5 years, and it's pretty much what you're seeing with all these protests in the streets. I do not see a lot of blacks. I do see blacks protesting, but like I saw a black guy kick over a garbage can and start rolling it, but then I saw a white guy throw a brick through a window and then kick the glass out and started hitting it with a stick. Now, I mean, we know we wouldn't be allowed to do that. Okay, rubber bullets, real bullets, they would start flying. Two more things. One, against with these protests, whites do not need blacks to protest with them. If this was organic and these people really wanted to protest and get things done, they would get things done. So the fact that they're not getting anything done just lets me know that this is all for show. Just them practicing racism to try to give the impression that some white people are against them. But just history shows me anytime they plan a protest or a riot, it is very effective, and it usually they usually come with their firearms, not with sticks and bricks. And the last thing I wanted to say, and I thought this was very compelling, because when when Trump first started running, and I first started to really believe he had a chance to win, was when we were reading the Tillman book. And I happened to be working at a job, and I had a few quote-unquote Latinos who worked with me, and their whole thing was, El Chapo was going to get him. So I just thought it was very significant that yesterday, the day before this inauguration, that they dragged El Chapo off a plane in handcuffs. This is the richest and most powerful man in Mexico. Took him right off the plane in handcuffs, dragged him right up in front of a judge. So just to show the power of white people. Jack, I said that was last. This was the very last thing. Another compelling thing that I saw. And I thought it was very interesting because right before the New Year's, I had said on the show that I was hoping that the Queen croaked because her and her husband both ended up in the hospital with pneumonia at the same time. I just thought it very ironic that both the Bushes, Barbara and George, both end up with pneumonia at the same time. It just seems like, and they're both making it out. So it just seems very, I don't believe in coincidences. I'll mute my line. Thank you.
Hang on. Let's see. The quick questions, then I can nab the other people who dialed in with a hand up. Might be constructive to check out some of Trump's literature. I'm sure he'll have lots of bestsellers now that he's in the White House, but might be constructive to make one of those for the book study group. Folks can check them out. I'll check myself and see if anything would be worth investigating. In terms of referencing Trump as the 45th president, I think that's commonly accepted. At least I have not seen any outlets refuting it, opposing it, saying that that's incorrect, or that Obama wasn't the 44th. And you said 100% black. That is something that I think is important. I state just counter-racist logic. There's no such thing as a 100% black person. I wouldn't care if the person has 2 black parents and 4 black grandparents, 8 black grandparents. That's irrelevant. There's no such thing as a 100% black person. That notion reinforces the system of white supremacy that you have, quote unquote, races. They just make this up as they go. Today, Barack Obama, today he's non-white. They might ultimately decide that no, he's a white person. And they do this sort of thing all the time in terms of racial classification, which totally undermines the notion, the concept of there being anything as a 100% white person, a 100% black person. They have done so much raping over centuries. I mean, that's just, it's, in my view, it's very important just to keep that in mind, because that just that notion that there are authentic, genuine races, that everything about that reinforces just flawed, inaccurate concepts that support white supremacy, unless I'm in error. Folks that we have not heard from at all, let's see. I guess if you dialed in, you have a hand up, we haven't heard from you, feel free. Anybody that we missed completely? Great, nobody we missed. Other folks who had commentary, line should be open if you have a hand up, feel free.
You ever heard?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I wanted to make a comment about the John Lewis. I thought it was very interesting that when John Lewis, when he made a statement about Trump presidency being illegitimate, that the mainstream media, the racist white media, white supremacist media, it's like they didn't come to his defense. They just, Trump spent, 3, 4, 5 years? How many years did he spend saying that Barack Obama's presidency was illegitimate? And they barely even brought that up. I mean, it's almost as if John Lewis, when he said the comment, the racist media, they almost acted as if John Lewis was, crazy or something. Is a crazy nigger or whatever. Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. And then MLK the third met with Trump, and they asked him about John Lewis, and I thought it was very interesting that MLK the third, I don't want to say defended Trump, but it almost sounded like he was trying to make Trump seem like his comments about John Lewis being a man of inaction, and his racist comments about John Lewis having a district that he was under, the district that he represents being in shambles and project housing and all that. Instead of him just trying to push it to the side. It sounded like he was just defending Trump. I just think it's interesting that a lot of people defend Trump, even in the media. MLK the third, what's the other guy, Steve Harvey. A lot of people just tend to defend him. I just find it an interesting phenomenon that a lot of people just come to his defense, even when he says things that are extremely racist. All right, thanks.
Part of the racist code, racists, they defend other racists. That is white culture. Make excuses. I suspect there will be a lot of that over the next years, unless the refinement is, just totally done. And it's, I'm down. That's my president. He's making us great again. I think you could also see a lot of that as well. Just more explicit racist conduct. Other folks have commentary they wanted to share? Of the Obama presidency, and folks are all set. Nothing else to get in.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would first like to say time is going real fast, in my opinion. It seems like when you started at 11:30, that's only maybe about an hour ago, and it's almost 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But as I'm watching the images, I try to keep focus on the most broadest perspective, and I would mention again global context of racist white supremacy. And most of this imagery is highly military. The vestiges of war, killing, harming people, direct violence. As I'm seeing the processions and the one that I'm watching now on Fox is very serious looking. They even with the Secret Service around the limousine and behind them, and before they got in the limousine, the generals and all of the different military, which is it's just telling me global system of racism, white supremacy. That's basically what it's telling me, because anywhere you go on this earth and the imagery that white people exhibit, you see the same thing everywhere. Especially if you just see power. The power to if I ask you to do something and you don't do it, this is the alternative you're going to have to deal with. And that's just my observation as I'm looking at these images, as I'm listening to the program itself. Yeah, but good program. I really like it, to whereas you can see these events and have a very clear and understanding view of what you're looking at and what you're hearing. Thank you.
May I speak?
Yes, sir.
Yes, man. Last night after the call, I charged up my phone. I was like, man, it's gonna be a long day tomorrow. I'm gonna be listening in to hear all this constructive material, and then it went and died on me, so I had to go grab my charger and lost the call. But I do want to make a couple of comments regarding the Obama slide days. I do want to commend the host and many of the other callers for the respectful manner that this conversation has been held. As always with the show, disrespecting other victims. No one has really done that. Everyone has been very respectful of former President Obama, as we should, as Dr. Welsing explained. And that, to me, is psychologically been very, very good for me today as far as the highlight. So that would be a highlight of today's activities for me. Another thing I've heard, and a caller before touched on it, was bringing El Chapo Guzman from Mexico. It's interesting. It's almost like a human form of tribute that was made. They waited until the inauguration day. I believe this morning they were putting him on a plane early last night, and then this morning he landed in Long Island. It's very interesting that was done on the first day of Trump's presidency. I believe that racists just continually prove that, non-whites are just objects. Like you bring an animal from another country, objects. And one thing, too, about a lot of non-black people, the level of confusion that we suffer right now, a lot of people, as another caller spoke about, was the talking about Steve Harvey and Martin Luther King III, about their comments. And essentially, a common, as we've talked about, common racist tactic, pitting non-white people against each other, which is, you see they do it all the time. And as we talked, it's like they win either way when we act like that. We act like we don't want our own people to be successful. So I think the clips of Dr. Welsing have been essentially have been really good for cultivating black self-respect, good mental health, by helping us to remember these white people are the problem and to keep focus on them. I'm very quiet. I don't see white people. I'm in a room full of white people right now. I was picking up some items in a warehouse, and these are what some would call rednecks. Nobody is discussing the events of today. They aren't even playing. There's several televisions in the room. It's a warehouse sale. I'm picking some things up. No one is apparently, or so it seems, preoccupied with the inauguration who are in that room, and that's what some people would call some of the working class. I would call some of the more crude white supremacists. I'm trying to watch white people specifically today, and hopefully I can catch some of their behavior to see if they are exhibiting signs or any type of refinement or changes in just the general public. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Right on for black self-respect. Other folks who have commentary they would like to share, reflections, if there's a particular moment that stands out for you. I think for Pam, I think another moment she recalled, I think Ta-Nehisi Coates and others have written about the times where President Obama would kind of talk down to black people about, being a deadbeat dad, and Pam, the one that she would mention is, I think he said, black people, you got to stop feeding your children fried chicken or Popeye. I think he might have even said Popeye specifically, or fried chicken for breakfast. That was one. But moments that stand out, either moments that, helped you get a better understanding of racism, or moments that were frustrating for whatever reason. If you have reflections with President Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama, the Sasha, Malia, their daughters, anything that stood out, or a particular moment where whites were targeting them. I know for me, it had been a while, but back in 2009, if folks remember, when they were doing those town hall meetings about healthcare, when they were talking about doing some sort of healthcare plan, and all those, it was a lot of whites ended up going to those town hall meetings armed. Folks remember this was during like the first 6 months of Obama's time in the White House, and it kept happening. Like, oh my gosh, is this civil? And this doesn't seem like the way we want to conduct civil discourse about healthcare, to be showing up with rifle. And this was when you had already had the mass rush on ammunition and guns and all that. The Obama effect. Dr. Welsing talked about that a lot. I had forgotten that. How they said that it was such a great tool, such a great recruiting tool for the Klan, having Obama in the White House. That's certainly one. I think that should not be lost when they talk about this and people reflect on what they call the first black president. The racist conduct of white people from all levels, not just poor, downtrodden, homeless, toothless white people, like all quarters, like white elected officials and doctors and judges and all types, white men, white women, white children. Their 8 years of their tacky and trifling behavior. I do not think that should be minimized or lost when we, have our look back on the Obama years, as they say. In fact, I wanted to make sure, let me see, unless we got new people. If we got new people, I'll get them first. Let's see. Oh, we do. Let's see. Our UK caller, are you with us, sir? Did you have commentary you wanted to get in?
Is that me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, as you were speaking just now, I remembered his visit to Africa. I think it was Ghana specifically. And I was born in Lagos. I live in the UK now, but I was born in Lagos. And being from that part of the world, or born and raised in that part of the world, hearing Barack Obama go to essentially his homeland, and saying to us that we should get over. I think it was colonialism, but I think he also included slavery as well. I'm not sure. Just hearing him say those words to Africans, to West Africans, and I felt like he was speaking directly to me, you know, and knowing the way we still have to deal with the legacy of slavery and colonialism, at least in my country anyway. And hearing him coming to Ghana and telling us to, you know, just get over it, just similar to the way you just mentioned that he tells like black people in the U.S. to kind of stop feeding their kids fried chicken for breakfast and stuff like that. And I think also from a sort of UK perspective, I remember clearly the first, like his first in 2008 when he was first elected, and that was the year that I actually started university here, and the way everybody was really like proud to be black, and we went to uni feeling like a billion pounds, and over time it started to dawn on us black people here in the UK that, you know, nothing's going to change. And I mean, it's really also interesting hearing a lot of white people this side of the Atlantic, when they see black people like myself speaking about racism and white supremacy, they always point to Barack Obama and they say to me, well, why are you talking? Like, why are you still talking? There's a black president in the US. Anything is possible here in the UK. You guys just need to you guys just need to work harder like your American brothers. And yeah, I guess the whole point of what I'm trying to say is Obama has been used as a sort of himself has he's utilized himself as a disciplining sort of instrument against black people, not just in the US, but here in the UK as well as in Africa. But also, white people have utilized him as a disciplining tool against us as well. But I think the sort of positive side of him being president, if I can call it that, is that a lot of people, and I think I would include myself in that bracket, a lot of people who maybe felt his presidency woke a lot of black people up. I mean, I would include myself in that. I'm not that old, but I think the trajectory I was moving along in my sort of late teens, early 20s, if he hadn't come and become president at that point, I would have moved I would have carried on moving on that trajectory of sort of the black liberal person who basically blamed black people for their problems. But him coming in allowed me to, and doing everything he's done in the last 8 years, has allowed me to see things a bit differently than I would have. That's all I want to say for now.
Grand. That so important, the international observation. I was going to, we could have done, we could have stayed on air for 24 hours and not played all the audio commentary, but we had so many different segments where we had callers from all over the world talking about President Obama. We had people on from Sweden. We had people on in South Africa. We had people on from all over Europe. Talking about President Obama and to kind of get their perspective, and black people particularly in these different locations, talking about their perspective and how whites in their part of the world have talked about President Obama, how it impacted black people in their area, hearing about President Obama. That's why I thought it was so important to hear, like we just heard from Frank Fanon, to hear their thoughts, because that's just to see that same pattern of how racists have used President Obama, and they do this a lot with victims, to get one victim to chastise and admonish other black people and say, it's your fault. You need to get your act together and pull up your pants and, stop complaining about what white people did to you, 100 years ago or whatever. Stop making excuses. He did that. I think Ta-Nehisi Coates, he wrote a great piece about that when he went to Morehouse and basically told them to not make a whole lot of excuses about racism and what white people have done to you, and think that, that's going to mean something, that he tends to, that's been a big pattern over the years with President Obama. In fact, when you started, I thought you were going to mention, because he also has done a lot of scolding of black people on the continent, specifically, I would say almost exclusively about many of those quote-unquote countries, their stance on what is called homosexual activity. He has done a lot of scolding and rebuke. I had a sound clip for that, too. Couldn't play everything, but that was what I thought you were going to say at first. Let's see. The person at 6361, did you have commentary you were going to share?
Howdy. This is Ken Steele in Irvine, California. How's everybody doing? I've been listening all morning, and I have to say I'm very, very happy to see that we've had a peaceful transition of power, as they've called it, so many times on every single media outlet that I've been tuned into for the past maybe week. They've just been using this word, peaceful transition of power. And I think that it's been pointed out earlier in the broadcast that I believe this election is being directly contrasted against the transition of power taking place in the Gambia currently, as we speak. President Jammeh, or I guess the former president, I don't know what to call him at this point, simply because the political situation seems to be not solved over there. But I think that they're doing this whole, I don't know if we're allowed to use metaphors on this broadcast. I didn't hear any advising against it, but this whole dog and pony show that they're doing with the President Trump. So I'm glad to see that this has all gone down and that we are now past the Obama era. I first learned about Barack Obama after, like many people, after his speech at the Democratic National Convention in 2004, I believe. I think that was the year. And, ever since then, I knew that he was going to be a significant player on the national stage simply because it was telegraphed to us on TV by every single media outlet that this was a person to watch and that this person was going to be the next, that this person had the potential to be the next president of the United States. So I've always been, in the buildup of the Obama campaign, I was very skeptical of what it was that was being done. I wasn't sure about it. I didn't know exactly. I wasn't as politically savvy or as knowledgeable about the way that these white supremacists have decided to run their system at that time. So I was just, I was leery of President Obama from the beginning. However, that changed when the campaign was in full swing. I was attending Michigan State University at the time, and there was a rally for Barack Obama, and this was when the huge rallies were really in fashion for Barack Obama. He was just going everywhere, and finally the Obama show came to town, and I went there And you know, I was really moved by how many different types of people of all different stripes and opinions were there, and they were all you know, joining in the fun. Me, you know, my stance on Obama at that time was you know, kind of wait and see. I had a feeling that he was going to win, but I really wasn't in support of him. So at that time, I remember going to this rally, and I got really close, and I was sat by some, I guess, McCain supporters, and I remember they were all heckling the president or the Barack Obama, and I just started to heckle them, and there was kind of a commotion for a little bit, but at the end of it, all of the McCain supporters were escorted out to cheers, and that just made me feel really good. So after that experience, I was kind of you know, gung ho on Obama. Since then, I don't think this has changed. My screensaver on my iPhone is Obama giving the, you know, the "you can do it" point or whatever, and looking really slick. And I think the background is still the Obama logo. That said, you know, as the Obama years went on, all of the energy, all of the positive feelings that I had for Obama, man, were constantly being challenged. And I think the thing that hit me the hardest first, or the moment, I think everybody's talking about their moment when they knew something was not correct with this presidency, was during his initial address to the joint chambers of Congress. It wasn't a State of the Union, but it was early in the year, and he was addressing both chambers. And somebody in the audience, I think it was Gomer, I don't know, it was a representative, yelled, "You lie," in the middle of his speech. And I saw that his response was simply saying, "That's not true." And then he moved on. I mean, there was no get him out of here. There was no remove him. There was no, you know, this will not be how, you know, this presidency will go on. I think that was a moment where he could have, I guess metaphorically speaking, put his foot down and called for attention, but we saw none of that. In fact, it was later brought to my attention that I think it was Lou Gomer who called him a liar. It was brought to my attention that that person was actually a member of the armed services, I believe a reservist, and people in the military were pointing out that to call the commander-in-chief a liar while being a military officer is a court-martialable offense. And the fact that none of this came up and nobody worried about it again and nothing was done about it, it showed me that this is going to be a very, very frustrating presidency. After that, another sign to me that really challenged my positive feelings about Obama was the moment known as the beer summit. I was very excited when Obama came out and said that the police officer in that situation acted, quote, stupidly. I thought that was a perfect choice of words. I think that, or at that time, I thought it was a perfect choice of words. I thought that it sounded very presidential. I thought it was a very presidential way of telling a police officer that, hey, you're not doing the right thing and you're behaving unjustly. And then seeing the backlash of that, I wasn't surprised. But seeing him capitulate to that backlash, that was something that was really, really, that was really disheartening, you know. And then the fact that they were drinking beer at this, you know, that even when I was in college and I was still a drinker, that made me feel really uncomfortable. I just didn't like the visual. I didn't like the fact that a beat walking officer is suddenly having an audience with two Harvard laureates and a sitting president of the United States. That to me was very disturbing. I never really was able to square that away. I couldn't really process that in a way that seemed advantageous or like he won, or that he was doing the right thing. It just was a really painful display. And knowing what I know now, I just wouldn't be, I wouldn't be surprised. But at that time, I was so taken aback by that whole display. And then there was the Shirley Sherrod situation where he allowed doctored videos to get multiple people removed from their offices. I think not only Shirley Sherrod was a victim of that, but I think Dan Jones was also a victim of that assault from Breitbart Media. That really disappointed me. Going forward, I remember thinking that the second term of the presidency would be the moment where Barack Obama would make good on some of what was perceived to be his what I perceived he was going to do to help black people. I thought that there would be some dedicated effort to alleviate some of the problems that we've been having as a group, and nothing was done. I mean, it just, after that, I remember he cried in when he was reelected, and I was just thinking how weak looking. That to me, it looked like he was crying in front of a bunch of white people. I was really, really, really disturbed by the fact that a person who's supposed to be the commander-in-chief of the United States was reduced to tears simply because he won an election. He didn't look like a winner to me. It just was, very disturbing. And then as the second term went on...
Ken Steele, I just want to make sure we nab some of the other folks who haven't been able to share, and then once I got them, we'll double back and you can finish up on the second term of Obama's presidency and how your thoughts evolved. The people who dialed in more recently that looks like we haven't heard from you all at all either. So we got 5136, 2456, and I think it might be one more person as well. But all the people that dialed in more recently with a hand up, did you all have commentary?
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
I was off today. I'm sitting up here. Greetings to everyone, Gus, and the other callers. It looks very depressing. I see a lot of young white little children out there taking pictures. It's just a lot of white people out there. He's walking down the street now with his son. He looked like Damien. Yeah, it's just very depressing. That's it. Thank you for letting me share.
Oh, for sure. Be not discouraged. Dr. Welsing would say that. The other people that dialed in more recently, did you all have commentary you wanted to share?
May I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I'm thinking about...
Your volume dropped. It's kind of hard to hear.
Is it better now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm thinking about the death threats that Donald Trump's going to get compared to Barack Obama. I'm thinking about security breaches and how many first ladies have we seen naked. And I'm thinking about Putin, had me thinking about Lothrop Stotter's book. And, that's all I have right now.
If you could speak up a little bit with Putin and Lothrop Stotter's book, what connection did you make between Vladimir Putin and Lothrop Stoddard, Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy?
I apologize if my volume is low.
It's good now.
Something wrong on my phone. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was thinking with the whole Putin thing, how they're making it seem like it could be some type of conflict that's happening with Russia. And I'm thinking Russia is a European nation, so why would they really have something going on with them like that? And I'm also thinking about China in the background, how they could really actually, get something going on with China or one of the Asian countries, and they fronting out here like it's happening with Russia. If with the book, how the rising tide of the brown people, the Chinese people, because I don't see them really having an issue with a European nation like that, if that makes any sense.
It does. I think we have at least one caller. I think Thomas in New York had expressed a similar view that he thought this was all a ruse, that white people in this area of the world and white people in the part of the world known as Russia, that they don't have an authentic dispute, that they are all in this together, and they're just trying to make this look like a bigger kerfuffle than it really is. And I think Minister Malcolm even talked about that before, saying that these white people, same thing, because this comes up every now and then, where it's, oh my gosh, Russia and some part of the world, some other white part of the world has been the U.S., that they're having a feud or they don't get along, and this could be the war that blows up the whole planet. Like they'll do that, but I mean, at the end of the day, if these folks are all white, hey, they are all part of the white race, and we're just in it to make sure we keep our foot on the neck of these niggers. That's the bottom line, and they will engage in a lot of deception and theatrics to keep that endeavor going. Was it one other person that we had not heard from who dialed in more recently?
Yes, can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Hello, yes, can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Greetings, Gus, all the listeners and callers. I am now on the plantation, and I've noticed some minor celebrations. They brought in dishes. People giving each other high fives, and they're saying, "Yeah, my president this, my president that." And I also noticed when I came in, on my way up, I was driving through Eastern Pennsylvania. It's actually the city that I live in, and I noticed a whole lot more pickup trucks driving around with like the American flag flying high. So that's something to keep my eye on as well. Not that they haven't been doing it, but I noticed a lot more today. So nothing dramatic happened yet on the plantation, but I'll keep my eyes and ears open to see what's going on, and I'll definitely update you guys as soon as something happens. And I'll mute.
Grand. That was, I wanted to make sure that I got in. That was Congressman Joe Wilson. Joe Wilson was the one that yelled, "You lie." And Joe Wilson is from the same state as convicted mass murderer Dylan Storm Roof. They know how to do it down there in South Carolina. I think we got the people who dialed in more recently. The number again, if you want to share your thoughts, observations, 641-715-3640. The code 564-943#. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. This is the Context of White Supremacy doing our historic coverage of the end of the Obama era and the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump. I could not let the program, I mean, we are not ending, but we could not end without making sure we made sure to remember, recognize, highlight the myriad of tacky racist antics over the last 8 years. This is not complete. This is, just a very small sampling that doesn't include what I said about the KKK, and there were so many numerous incidents over the last 8 years. This is just a small reminder. I don't know how much play this has got. I know there have been a lot of different outlets that have done retrospectives, and 60 Minutes, they spent the whole program talking with Obama and reflecting, and I think MSNBC, they had a big segment. Lots of stuff, probably more to come. But the racist conduct of white people over the last 8 years, that should be like a central in all of its different forms. The Tea Party, Donald Trump himself, now president, all of the different forms that it took, that should not be minimized or forgotten, and I had to make sure that that was represented in this call. So we'll get that in, and then if folks want to continue, or if you have thoughts on what you hear in the clip, things that you've forgotten or may not have heard, then feel free. Listen closely. This is Triple T all the way. Racist conduct with 8 years of the first black president, quote unquote.
There's a second threat to our democracy, and this one is as old as our nation itself. After my election, there was talk of a post-racial America. And such a vision, however well intended, was never realistic. Race remains a potent and often divisive force in our society. Now, I've lived long enough to know that race relations are better than they were 10 or 20 or 30 years ago, no matter what some folks say. You can see it not just in statistics, you see it in the attitudes of young Americans across the political spectrum.
My wife said, assassinate means to kill somebody. And they said, they were chanting on the bus, assassinate Obama, assassinate Obama.
Good evening. That is our big story tonight. Controversial words spoken by kids on a school bus have some Madison County parents concerned tonight.
Nate Eaton met with one parent and spoke with the school district today. Nate, what can you tell us about this?
Well, Mary, first of all, Matthew Woolry and his wife don't want to blame the school district for what happened. They just want all parents to be careful about what they say to and teach their children.
They just hadn't heard anything like this before.
Matthew Woolry and his wife couldn't believe it.
My wife said, assassinate means to kill somebody.
When their second and third graders got off the bus last week and told them what other students were saying.
They were chanting on the bus, assassinate Obama, assassinate Obama. And then adding in the name sometimes of a classmate on the bus, assassinate Obama and Kate.
The Woolrys explained to their kids what assassinate means, then contacted the school about what was happening.
I think the thing that struck us was just like, well, where did they get the word, and why would they put that word and that person together?
It's not that the Woolrys are big Obama fans. They just don't like people joking about a serious matter concerning any leader of the country. I'm assuming that if it were assassinate McCain, you'd feel the same way if it were
no question about it.
After the incident, the Madison School District Superintendent sent an email to all teachers, principals, and bus drivers saying that all students should show proper respect for elected officials. If a student does say something inappropriate, the adult is to calm them down and tell them their behavior is unacceptable.
I don't think that the majority of people in Rexburg have extreme ideas like that, but we were just surprised that it would go that far.
Damn you, Obama.
Breaking news within the past half hour. We have learned from Pittsburgh police that a volunteer with the McCain campaign made up a story about being attacked and having the letter B, presumably for Barack Obama, carved into her face. Renee Kaminsky is with NBC affiliate WPIX, or WPXI, I beg your pardon. She's been following the story. Renee, I understand you just got out of a news conference with Pittsburgh police. What can you tell us?
That's right, Kevin. Just about 15 minutes ago, officials here at Pittsburgh Police Headquarters told us that Ashley Todd confessed that she made it all up. They had brought her in this morning to work on a composite sketch of the so-called suspect. And a couple of detectives poked their head in the room, started chatting her up. And she admitted that she made it up. She said, I just want to tell the truth. This whole thing has started snowballing, and I didn't expect this. And she admitted to making it up. Now, as for the B on her face, she says she doesn't know how that got there, but she must have at some point scratched it into her face herself using something she says it might have been in her car. Police told us that this is a young woman who has previous mental problems, some mental issues. Her statements throughout this investigation have been inconsistent throughout. So her demeanor today, again, they say, is very inconsistent. We had several questions. How did she get the black eye? And there was no answer for that. We still don't know how that black eye came about. And she has no explanation for the scratches on her face. Her friends that she went to initially with her complaint suspected her story all along, as did police here. And we get the feeling that they're very disgusted here at headquarters. They've got a lot going on. Here in Pittsburgh, we have a lot of violent crime recently, and they've wasted a lot of man-hours on this case, in the last 18 hours or so investigating it. So she is still here at Pittsburgh Police Headquarters right now. She will be charged with filing a false police report. That's a misdemeanor 3. Other charges could follow. They are conferring with our county district attorney, Stephen Zappala, to see what else to do. But I think right now they don't really know what to do with this young woman, being the mental problems that she's experiencing. So that's where we are right now, Kevin.
Race relations are better than they were.
Mayor of Los Alamitos, California, is apologizing today for an email he sent that's being called racist and offensive. The mayor emailed this picture showing the White House lawn planted with watermelons with the title, "No Easter Egg Hunt This Year." An African-American businesswoman and community volunteer who received the email says she was horrified. The mayor initially said he was intending to be funny. Now he acknowledges sending out the picture was poor judgment.
Damn you, Obama.
According to a complaint filed with the town of Wolfboro, New Hampshire, 82-year-old Commissioner Robert Copeland was heard calling President Obama the N-word. Now, he was heard doing this during a private conversation in a restaurant. But then word got out, and many of the town's residents are outraged.
This is a public office, and I just want to simply say there's absolutely no room for this anywhere in the public office. Thank you.
Copeland was silent during last night's town meeting, but when a group of residents confronted him in the parking lot afterwards, he made no apologies.
I admitted what I did. I made no bones about it.
Damn you, Obama.
Yeah, I spent most of the day talking to voters in West Virginia, some on camera, some off camera, and I'm still not sure why Keith Judd got so many votes. Maybe you can tell me. President Obama had 59% of the votes in the Mountain State, while Keith Judd, who lives in a Texas prison, gathered 41% of the votes Tuesday. That means Judd got 4 out of 10 votes in West Virginia. Richard Donnelly of Wellsburg was one of them.
Mr. Judge, I didn't know who he was. Didn't care. Wasn't voting for Barack Obama.
Now, some people are saying...
I'm not prejudiced.
Okay, that's what
I am not prejudiced.
But it seems some younger people that I talk to, like Corey Smart of Follinsby, are questioning the whole racial issue.
Considering that guy is a convicted felon and Barack Obama is doing as much as he can now, of course it falls under racism. What else would it be?
I think it was just a mistaken identity.
Race relations are better than they were.
Yo, what up, niggas? It's your buddy Philco here, and fucking Google Maps is fucking up. Apparently, according to TMZ, if you put in nigga house in Google Maps, the White House will pop up. You could put in Nigga or Nigger, and the White House will pop up. It's the nigga house. The nigga house. Now, they don't know if it was hacked or it was by a rogue employee, but either way, this is the wildest shit I ever heard. Google is the one company that they say if you hack them, they'll give you like $10,000 or some shit like that. And same thing, like if you're a man and get pregnant, they give you $1 million. I don't know if that's Google, but somebody said that. But with Google, if you hack them, you get some money. So I don't think they got hacked with this nigga house thing. I think it was inside. Nigga house or the White House. The nigga house. Nigga, nigga house.
Damn you, Obama.
I didn't think it'd be that big of a deal.
But the Secret Service does. The federal agency now aware of this Turlock woman because of her Facebook post following President Obama's re-election. Quote, another 4 years of this N-word. Maybe he'll get assassinated this term.
He's done absolutely nothing for this country.
It's quickly made the rounds on Facebook, and while Denise Helms removed it from her wall, she's not about to apologize.
The assassination part is kind of harsh, and I'm not saying like I would go do that or anything like that by any means, but if it was to happen, I don't think I would care one bit.
What? Really, wouldn't bug you if someone assassinated the president?
Well, it's not something I would dwell on, no. It's not something like I would be upset about, no.
The Secret Service is aware of Helms' comments. I spoke with the D.C. Bureau. They said all the threats are taken seriously. Investigations are conducted, but would not comment further on this case. For her part, Helms doesn't consider her words threatening.
Okay, but what did I do wrong? What are they gonna... That's fine. If they want to, they're not, I don't understand what I did wrong.
Helms also went on to clarify that while she did use the N-word, she's not racist. She has many friends from many different nationalities. So you equate the president with the N-word?
Sure.
Race relations are better than they were.
Here at 5 o'clock, former Illinois Congressman Joe Walsh is defending a tweet in which he told President Obama to, quote, watch out in regards to the Dallas police ambush. Eyewitness News political reporter Charles Thomas talked to Walsh about that post, which has now been removed from Twitter. Charles?
Ravi, the late-night tweet by a former Northwest suburban congressman ignited a Twitter firestorm overnight and calls for Joe Walsh to be arrested for threatening the president.
Go kill the president of the United States. Nobody with a brain would say that.
The one-time lawmaker, now conservative talk radio host, says the tweet to his 65,000 followers was misinterpreted. It read in part, "This is now war. Watch out, Obama. Watch out, Black Lives Matter punks. Real America is coming after you."
And what I said in that tweet was, hey, Obama, Black Lives Matter, watch out, man. The rest of America now is going to stand up and stand with our cops.
Damn you, Obama.
Political fundraisers are common occurrences here in Washington, D.C., but the one attended last night by Michelle Obama drew national attention, not for the First Lady's speech, but for her reaction to a heckler. NPR's Karen Grigsby Bates reports on some reaction to the incident.
It started out as a routine night, one of dozens of fundraisers the First Lady has headlined as part of her campaign to support children's issues. Then, 56-year-old activist Ellen Sturtz rose to shout at Michelle Obama, and the First Lady responded.
What you believe in, we don't... Wait. One of the things that I don't do well is this.
The whooping was because Mrs. Obama descended from the podium and walked right up to Sturtz and offered her a choice. One of them could speak, but if it was Sturtz, the First Lady said she'd be out of there. Sturtz was urging the First Lady to press her husband to sign an executive order that would make federal contractors' discrimination against LGBT employees illegal. News of the confrontation blazed through social media, especially among black posters. Jason Johnson, a professor of political science at Ohio's Hiram College, says there's a reason for that.
Well, there's a belief and a very reasonable belief on the part of many supporters of Barack Obama, especially in the African-American community, that the president and Michelle have been subjected to an unprecedented level of rudeness and disrespect and incivility.
Just last week, the president was heckled during a speech on national security. This was his temperate response.
You know, this is part of free speech, is you being able to speak, but also you listening, and me being able to speak. All right?
So here you have Michelle Obama, who clearly must have thought about, after witnessing her husband or maybe being in some other situations, what her response would be, and she just determined right at the beginning, no.
Race relations are better than they were.
Well, Forsyth County Schools paraprofessional is out of a job this evening over comments that she made on social media. Jane Allen was a paraprofessional at Chastity Elementary School in Gainesville. She was fired after she posted negative and racially charged comments on Facebook about First Lady Michelle Obama, about immigrants, and children with complex names. Forsyth County Schools say that they were made aware of the posts on Friday and then fired Allen today. A statement from the school district reads, in part, quote, racism and discrimination are not tolerated in our school district. We are committed to ongoing staff training on the acceptance of all individuals.
Race relations are better than they were.
A D.C. police officer who worked as a motorcycle escort for White House officials and other dignitaries was moved to administrative duty after he was allegedly overheard making threatening comments towards Michelle Obama, according to a number of officials. The motorman allegedly made the comments Wednesday morning as a bunch of officers discussed threats against the Obamas. And during the conversation, the officer allegedly said he would shoot the First Lady and then use his phone to and then actually pulled up on his phone a picture of the firearm he would use to shoot the First Lady. It's not clear what type of firearm that was. He was only moved to administrative leave. I guess it makes sense, and when you hear allegations, until you have an investigation and confirm it, you don't fire someone. What's your reaction to this?
How stupid are you as a police officer who does that to say that out loud, even if you have those sentiments? Why wouldn't you just keep that on the down low?
Well, that's the thing. If you're not aware enough to realize, even if you have those sentiments, you shouldn't make the comments, there's probably something wrong with you.
Is it just extreme stupidity, or is there something wrong with the guy?
There could be something wrong. We don't know yet. Also, is someone who makes these threats, forget about continuing to be a police officer, someone who makes a threat about shooting the First Lady and pulling up a gun on your phone, should you even be allowed to have a gun, period? To be near a gun, to touch a gun for the rest of your life if you make a comment like that? You would think that the Secret Service would be much more involved in this.
Damn you, Obama.
Is coming under fire after the owner posted a picture that went viral. It showed President Obama with a target and bullseye over his face with words celebrating the end of his term. 7 News reporter Aaron Rodgers has the story.
When I first pulled up, I couldn't believe it, really.
Ann Smith says she frequents not your average thrift store in Belton. But when she went on Friday, she saw a sign that usually isn't there.
It made me feel awful.
This is a picture of what the owner, who goes by Mike, posted outside. A poster board with the words, 16 days until Obama's demise. Language and images multiple people we heard from say are disrespectful.
Then you draw a picture of a bullseye, and then you put the little black dot in it where you basically like you want to shoot him or do something like that. So, of course, that made me feel bad because as of right now, he's still our president.
A picture taken of the sign and posted online went viral, which led to comments on both sides of the issue from the community and across the country. But when the owner responded to one online comment with the N-word, that got people upset.
I was shocked. I couldn't even believe it.
The owner of Not Your Average Thrift Store did not want to be interviewed, but he did tell me he agrees that his sign could be seen as disrespectful, but he says he will not apologize for using the N-word. The owner also told me it's not fair how his business is being treated because of his right to free speech.
I hate fucking niggers, suck dick. They're all poor like Obama. Fuck Michelle Obama. Niggers, I hate them.
Joining us now from Alabama, Congressman Mo Brooks, and he's part of what the Wall Street Journal is calling the GOP's deportation caucus. Ooh, that really scares us. And he's with us now. Congressman, great to talk to you, sir. How are you?
My pleasure. Throw me in that briar patch.
I love it. Well, you're a member of the deportation caucus. Well, okay.
Yeah, I believe in the rule of law.
Yeah, heaven forbid. And I'm going to say, okay, I'll see you, the deportation caucus, and I'll raise you the open borders caucus, because that's the coalition that you belong to, Wall Street Journal editorial writers. Let's talk though about what the quote lamestream media is saying about this. Ron Fournier, who's been on this show many times, from the National Journal, was on Fox News Sunday, Congressman Brooks, saying this.
The fastest growing voting bloc in this country thinks the Republican Party hates them. This party, your party, cannot be the party of the future beyond November if you're seen as the party of white people.
Your reaction?
Well, this is a part of the war on whites that's being launched by the Democratic Party. And the way in which they're launching this war is by claiming that whites hate everybody else. It's a part of the strategy that Barack Obama implemented in 2008, continued in 2012, where he divides us all on race, on sex, greed, envy, class warfare, all those kinds of things. Well, that's not true.
I don't think Raul Labrador would probably say there's a war on whites, though, Congressman, don't you? That's a little that characterization's a little out there.
But that doesn't affect what they're doing, though. And that's the political game that they're playing. Okay,
no, they're playing the race. They're playing the race card. They're playing the race card, just like they played the war on women card. And this is what the left does. But I just think that phraseology might not be the best choice.
Damn you, Obama.
Now, President Obama sometimes doesn't want to acknowledge that the terrorism we face here in America is almost always radical Islamic terrorism. Fox News gets on him for this, conservatives do, but he's got to realize it, and maybe he'll realize it now that it's hit home. Well, it turns out a terrorist was looking to assassinate President Obama. Amazing story. He said, I don't want to annihilate anybody. I want to fucking change America. Look at ISIS guys coming to change America, man. See, actually, some of the conservatives did warn us about this. They said ISIS would come to change us, right? But it gets much worse. He said, if you had contact with the people that you say you had contact with, I could kill the President of the United States. He told this to an informant. I could kill the President of the United States, and then we storm Washington, and then we take over the country. Well, there it is. Oh, my God. Islamic terrorism, ISIS is coming to take over the country. They're going to kill our president. And he still won't say Islamic radicals. Let us call it what it is. What? Oldest trick in the book, right? I'm getting word that it's not an Islamic terrorist. That it's actually a right-wing terrorist working with the Aryan nation. Oh. His name is Cameron Stout. He's of Stover, Missouri. So that terrorist, who is not being called a terrorist by anyone, even though he came to take over the country and wanted to kill our president, is actually a guy who is a right-winger and a white nationalist. Why is he not a terrorist? Of course he is, right? Isn't it amazing? Almost no story calls him a domestic terrorist. Now, as I told you, same exact quotes. The quotes I read were actually, of course, from Cameron Stout. If it was a Muslim, you'd be saying, "Oh my God, it'd be all over the news. Oh, we found an ISIS guy who was going to assassinate the president. You see, we knew it. The radicals, the Islam. Why won't he call it?" So I got a question for the rest of the media. I got a question for Fox News. Why won't you call this guy a right-wing terrorist? Why won't you call him a white nationalist terrorist? Why won't you do that? Why won't you call evil by its name? Here's more from Talking Points memo about Stout. Stout told the informant in a conversation on Saturday he had researched locations from which to shoot Obama at the White House and the church that the president attends, according to the affidavit. Now, obviously this guy is quite serious. This is not just said in passing. He's telling him, former member of Aryan Nation, it was an amusing part of the story and an otherwise terrible story about terrorism, that he had first met the guy and apparently did something along the lines of flipping him off. Then they got into a fight, and after they scuffled for a while, they both realized that they were white racist pricks and got along and wound up having dinner. Now, the Aryan Nation guy's girlfriend winds up recording the conversation. That's how we find out his very specific plots to kill the president. So now more on that. Stout also allegedly drew diagrams of D.C. for the informant, who gave them to law enforcement. So, obviously, he's thought this through. He's thinking about how to carry it out. This is pretty specific. Furthermore, he also allegedly researched wind speeds in Washington and the type of weapon he would need to carry out the plot. Well, now, this is incredibly specific at this point. And then he switched over to talking about killing him in Kansas. He said on Tuesday, an undercover officer purporting to be an Aryan Nation leader met with the informant and Stout to discuss the assassination plot, according to the affidavit. Stout said that during the meeting that he planned on shooting Obama during the president's next visit to Kansas City, Missouri, and asked the undercover officer for transportation to Kansas City. So now, here's a guy who has made plots in Washington and in Kansas City to kill him. It is very specific plots. Again, if it was an Islamic radical who had made these plots, it would be all over the news. Oh my God, they had specific plans to assassinate our president in 2 different cities. Now, ironically, his lawyer has decided that he's going to use that as in a defense. Listen to what he says. Stout's lawyer, Troy Stabenow, has not yet met with Stout, but noted that Stout contradicted himself by describing plots in both Washington, D.C. and Kansas City, Missouri. He's like, see, he couldn't be guilty because he's planning to kill him in 2 different cities. I'm not sure that's a good defense. I might want to think about that. On the other hand, once he does meet Stout, he'll find out that Stout himself is also a little contradictory. Because Stout has also said, quote, that nigger shouldn't be president. Now, remember, this is recorded, and he doesn't know he's being recorded. It's recorded by the informant, right? Then he went on to say, quote, some of my best friends have been niggers. Isn't that funny? You got a white racist talking to a former member of the Aryan Nation who happens to be an informant. He doesn't know he's an informant. And they're having a conversation. But even in the midst of that conversation, they're talking about killing the black president, partly because he is black and he wants to shoot that, quote, nigger, right? Even he says in the middle of the dinner, don't get me wrong, some of my best friends are niggers.
Race relations are better than they were